Step 1, wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flaws, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Who need to hear this, but let me put this out here. Stop sparing folks. Hello, somebody. Stop sparing folks. Nobody cared when your feelings was hurt. Nobody cared when you was pacing the flow. Nobody cared when you was sliding down the wall. Nobody cared when you was standing over there with a face full of tears. You had to suck it up, buttercup. But then when it come to other folk feelings, here you are, want to tiptoe around it, want to avoid the elephant in the room. I don't want to upset anybody. I don't want to disturb the peace. Stop sparing folk. Ain't nobody spare you when it was your turn. Give it to them real. Give it to them raw. Give it to them uncut and uncensored. This is exactly what it is. This way you had me messed up at. Huh.
The day I met Bullhorn Betty and Jonathan Lee Ridges, they were protesting in front of the Laundries home. I began to document them, and little did I know, the three of us would spend the next few months traveling together. Nothing scares us, even if it means crossing a freezing cold river and getting wet. We put our lives in danger because we want to find answers. It gives us purpose, even if it means going undercover to get those answers, or visiting the scene of a crime and paying our respects. Searching for the truth isn't easy. It gets you out of your comfort zone and makes you see things in a different perspective. And it's this perspective that we want the world to see. At the end of the day, we fight for justice. We fight for those who don't have a voice. We fight for those who were silenced. Our next case, we search for Paula Miranda. She was last seen swimming in this river. Here's our Paula's family. Found 2 footprints they believe belonged to her. She left her phone and keys in her car. Her sister tells us that's extremely unusual for her to do that. Stay tuned as we venture deep into Wekiwa Springs State Park to help find her.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Well, happy Sunday all. It is September 4th and we're in the house this morning bright and early. I was going to start around 9 and maybe a little after, and I saw everybody just kind of sitting here and chit-chatting, and I'm like, yeah, we might as well go ahead and start earlier. The ones that want to come in a little later can come in a little later. For all those that are new, thank you and welcome to the Bullhorn Betty channel. My name is Andra, known to you as Bullhorn Betty. Good morning. Thanks for being here. Lots of stuff going on in the Kiely Rodni case this morning. A lot of stuff has been kind of getting a little crazy. It's like, right when we thought the saga and the craziness was just going to die down, more crazy comes, all right? This case is just, there's something with it. We all have our opinion about it. We all, got a little bit from this, got a little bit from that. What in the world's going on with Kiely Rodni, her case? And how in the world did she get in the back of her freaking car? I think these are the questions many of us have. I'm kind of upset, learning that parents are advising their children to stay out of it. Those are the parents that if it was their kid would be highly upset if people didn't help them find the answers to the death of their child. But here, let's talk about bad parenting. Part of parenting, and this is for people, and people are going to agree with me. People are not going to agree with me. This is my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. I'm going to let you know. Parenting is a very tough job. Many of you guys know I don't have children of my own. If you don't know that, that's true. I don't have children of my own. I married, when I got married, I married into children. I was there for every single one of my grandchildren's births except one. And that was when I met my husband. She was 6 months old. Those are my grandbabies. Okay. I've raised those kids. I've helped raise those kids, I should say. Mom worked hard too. So, I helped raise a young lady, right, that had those kids. And I'm telling you, part of parenting is very difficult, whether you've chosen to be a parent or you are a parent. And part of these life lessons, some of these life lessons are hard. They're extremely hard as parents to make because we have the balance of teaching our children as well as protecting them. And sometimes those lines cross where it's time to be a parent, but yet we're so scared of the outcome that we go into protection mode. There's a child that was missing, and these parents chose not to allow their children to cooperate with law enforcement. Horrible life lesson for these young people. Your child went to a party. Your child exhibited, probably contributed to, drinking and drugging. And I'm sorry, college is important. We know our children experiment. So does everybody else. Okay. your child going to college shouldn't be more superior than the life of a 16-year-old girl. And if you think that, you are a horrible parent. I'm sorry. I'm just going to call it like it is for me. Maybe you guys understand. Maybe you guys can. I'm sorry. I'm not that kind of person. If this had happened under my watch and I had to worry about my stepdaughter being at this party, you better believe that I would be dragging her ass up to the police department and making her sit there and answer every damn question law enforcement has for her when there is a child missing. Now, if for any reason I personally said, okay, you know what, she's just missing, let's not get involved. Okay, all right, I'll give the parents that. Let's not get involved. She's probably ran off with a boy. God knows where she's at. Let's not get involved. Stay out of it. Okay, I get that. Okay, completely understand. Not sure about you guys. I can completely understand. Okay, but when you found out the child was in the flipping lake, at the bottom of the lake, in the back of that damn car, that's when you said, enough's enough. We're going to law enforcement. You are going to tell them everything you know. Okay, I'll give you. If she was just a missing person and you didn't want to get involved and you didn't want your children, you know, doing any, having any issues with college and stuff, okay, she was just a missing girl. I get it. I get it. But she's no longer missing. She's no longer missing. She was found in the bottom of the lake, in the hatch of her vehicle, with windows busted out, the freaking car upside down. There's a 16-year-old girl from a small town that only has less than 17,000 people in it, and she is dead in the bottom of a lake. Somebody better say something. Just saying. It's hard to be a parent. I get it. Trust me, I get it. I may not have kids of my own, but I was a parent. I get it. Being parent's not easy. I get it. Doing the right thing is not easy. I get it. But we as parents have to parent first. The bottom line is our children have to be held accountable for their actions. You are not doing them a service by protecting them. There is a real ugly world out there where mommy and daddy can't protect these kids the rest of their life. It's time for those life lessons. Just saying. Time for those life lessons. I'm off my soapbox. Good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Bullhorn Betty. I don't know how many people were up this morning really early. I happened to wake. This is just weird. I always tell the people I believe things happen for a reason. And I truly do. I believe everything happens for a reason. For example, I was sleeping last night. Sleeping soundly, happily sleeping. And I wake up. Many of you guys don't know, I sleep with my TV on. It keeps my mind from thinking. I can listen to that and it puts me right out. And I used to always set the sleep mode on the TV. So at like 2 o'clock in the morning or something, it just shuts off. I haven't done that for years. So my TV literally stays on. So if I'm watching a program, it runs that program. So if I fall asleep and I wake up, say at like midnight, 1 or 3 o'clock in the morning, guess what? The TV's still on, especially if Dolly's on with one of his 8-hour programs, right? So this morning, I don't know how I woke up. I really don't. I don't remember what made me wake up. I just remember waking up and, I'm sitting in bed and I think I just woke up. It can't have been more than a minute or two, literally not more than a minute or two. And I hear them talking about the photos, the photo that we debunked. Okay. Yesterday we were talking about that photo with the girls in the car. People thought was from the Prosser camp party. And they thought that it was Kiely in the back seat. And it wasn't, because we talked to the blonde that people think is Kiely, and we talked to the girl that she's leaning up against in the back seat. The first girl in the back seat where the picture is taken that almost looks like Sammy in a way, we have not spoken to her. There is a girl. This is a Be Real app. So I guess when you take a selfie, up in the corner of that selfie, it gives you a box of the person and the picture of the person that's actually taking the selfie. So it's almost like a double selfie. Like you get both angles of the camera on this Be Reals app. So up in the corner of this car is these two girls, and it almost looks like they're hanging over the roof of the car. They're not. They're actually on the other side of that phone. Well, one of those girls in the white shirt, I don't know her name, but I know we've had communications, at least Olivia's had communications with her. And she was the one that actually took that photo. So out of the 5 girls that were exhibited in the original photo, our team has spoken to 3 of those girls. Now that girl up at the top, Ryan Upchurch was talking about how he believes this is a Kiely Ross. I forgot to write the name down he used. I think it was Kiely Ross. Was the girl in the white shirt, with the, she was kind of probably a young man's dream, right? She's a little top heavy, okay? But she's in the corner of the photo in the white shirt. Let me see if I can find this photo. So people that don't know what the hell I'm talking about, I can help you with that. Hold on, let me find it. I know it's got to be here somewhere. Give me just a second. And it's so funny because you guys are watching me look through here and you guys are seeing my face, but my face is not looking at you. I'm actually looking through these photos. I know I've got it. We had it yesterday up. I just need to find out if I can't find it. Let me see if it's in downloads. Crap. I can't find it, guys. Oh, I just found it. Hold on, here it is. I put this up here. Down there. For those that don't know, Bullhorn Betty's not good with MacBook Pros, and I have converted to a MacBook Pro. So you guys are all going to have to bear with me. We upgrade these systems as much as we can when we can, and okay, so here is the infamous photo, right? So Ryan Upchurch is saying that, okay, we're going to have to address the elephant in the room, and I'm going to try to do it as respectfully as possible because I do like Ryan Upchurch. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I do have some theories. I have a couple theories as to what may be going on with this whole entire case. So we will see how it all plays out. I just really hope he starts understanding that what he's doing is really hurting a lot of great folks with these wild allegations about Kiely and her not being real. I truly believe she's real. I truly believe her family and her friends are grieving horribly right now. The people that had nothing to do with this are hurting. It appears in all practicality that Kiely was a genuine, sweet, loving 16-year-old girl. She was so talented, so amazing. Like this girl, Kiely Rodni, none of us knew her name before August. And this girl was amazing. And she was on track to do amazing things in her life. And it was snuffed out. It was snuffed out because she decided to make the decision not to go to a car show and to go out to a party to be with her friends and to have fun as her last hurrah before she went to medical school at 16 years old. Talented young woman I should call her girl. She's 16. You're right. She's not an adult, but she was on track to be an amazing woman. An amazing woman that was going to do amazing things with her life and for other people. So this girl up here at the very top, this one in the white shirt. Let me see if I can just try to get that a little bit bigger. We'll see if this one right here. That may actually, her name may be Kiely. I don't know what her name is. Okay. I really don't remember. I know Olivia let me know. I can't personally remember. Because these girls are minors, we are going to use initials for their names. We've spoken to both this girl here. Let's see if I can pull that up just a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. So this girl here, we've spoken with. Okay. We have confirmed her identity through the use of social media, primarily Instagram. They have private Instagrams. They gave us access to confirm their identity. So it was this girl here, which we're going to call E. Okay. Her name's E. And this girl here, right back here, that many thought was Kiely, her name starts with an L. This is not another Kiely. This is not even a photo from California. This photo was actually taken at another party that same night around 11 o'clock in Reno or near Reno, Nevada. This photo was taken in a completely different state, and that state was Nevada. But it was on the same night. Outside of anything else, this photo was taken that night. It just wasn't taken at Prosser. These girls know absolutely nothing about the Prosser. I mean, outside of knowing about the party, they weren't there. They didn't go to it. They didn't attend it. They attended their own party with their own friends in a completely different state as a send-off for the seniors for themselves. So somewhere along the line, when people were sleuthing, they were just finding these things and throwing them out there because there was such limited photos related to this party. There was such limited, I think people either knew that this wasn't a party photo, but needed the photo for content, thumbnail purposes. I don't know where this whole picture came up, but how we came across this is because these girls are minors, and and people are using this photo for their videos, for their thumbnails, and acting like, well, these girls are real girls and they're real minors, and they're really going to be looking at colleges and going to colleges, and their faces are plastered all over the internet as Kiely when it's not Kiely. And she was really intoxicated. The blonde, she got in a lot of trouble, and I'm sure her parents are pretty pissed off at this moment, because she wound up on the cover of a million YouTube creators with that photo, and that's their child. So they're not coming out physically, and they really want to keep their identities private. Some people are saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Believe a video? You can believe whatever the hell you want to believe. I'm not telling you to believe whatever. I'm telling you that we reached out to these people. We confirmed it. We honor and respect their request for their privacy and to maintain their identity. But I will, in all respects, for trusted creators that I know that will honor my wishes to keep these individuals private, I have no problem providing receipts to the legit receipts so they can confirm this information. Because I at the end of the day, I do have integrity. These children are children. They don't need to be attacked by the people on these streets of YouTube. So for the trusted colleagues, for example, Dolly Vision, JLR, I don't have to worry about Olivia because she's the one that worked on getting this information. Like, she already knows it. But those people, Guidance in Life with TLC, I'm happy to provide that to people I trust that I know will keep this information confidential and will not pass this information to whomever they choose. This is information I'm providing to them just to prove my case. If I need somebody to say, hey, this is legit. What she's saying is legit. I have no problem doing that. But this photo is not real. And we've got to quit passing it around as real. And for those, I mean, I know that we've been going down this, but if you can, even redo your thumbnails. These are minors that you're putting on your thumbnails, whether you block their eyes out or not. These are minors that you're putting on thumbnails. I did the same thing yesterday. But again, we had permission to let people know that this is not Kiely. These girls would like to be left alone. And they damn sure don't want their photos plastered all over YouTube as Kiely when it's not Kiely. So they did reach out. This was one of those things. So if you want to believe it. If you don't, I'm not putting their information out there. I could care less. You guys can put as many clip channels telling me I'm the worst person in the world. I don't care. I really don't. At the end of the day, these are minors, and I respect their privacy. And we just need to tell the story so people can quit using this photo as a photo from Prosser Campground, because it's just not. But do whatever you want to do. It's just that I'm telling you, it's not a legit photo. And if you're using it, and I will keep telling people out here on these streets of YouTube, that photo has been debunked. It is not real. So you can keep using it if you want to, but I'm going to keep pointing out that people don't know what they're doing if they use that photo, because you should know at this point in the game that photo is not from that party. Do what you want. Oh, thank you, Country Crime Diva. Nice to see you. Hey, Betty, new to your channel and a new creator. It's tough work out there, so I commend you. I really do. Not sure if you saw my chat, but I found a news article about Upchurch marketing strategy for YouTube called clickbait. It is to create outrageous theories. Well, this is what I can say. You might want to, Upchurch may want to create those theories. You at the end of the day, people, how can I explain this? Especially with clickbait. Like, I hate that word, right? Because every title, everything that any YouTube creator does, they have a title to. It is clickbait. Every time you go to a movie to watch a movie, they have a catchy title to that movie. So anything you're doing to market online or on TV or anything else like that, you want people to watch it. And sometimes the only way you can get people to watch it or people to click, especially ones that don't know you, is to have an amazing graphic for your art, right? And something that draws them in to watch. It is what we do. But Ryan Upchurch is, in my opinion, many of you guys know I have a legal background. Went to college, graduated with a 3.67 GPA, top 2% of my class as a paralegal. In the state of Florida, in order for you to technically call yourself a paralegal, you have to be working under an attorney. I'm no longer working under an attorney, so all I possess right now is an AA in paralegal studies. It's not a BS by any stretch of the imagination, but it's an AA. I worked many years in law. So I'm saying this from my experience and my education. He is really doing, outside of the fact that there's a family here suffering and they don't need to be seeing this nonsense, especially trying to say their child's not real. I have a funny feeling when Ryan starts having children, he's going to realize how painful what he said was. I don't think he quite understands to the gravity of some of the statements he's making, because if I think Ryan Upchurch is a great guy. I think he has a heart. I don't know how this became him searching for Kiely and trying to help find her, to her no longer being here. And I've got some theories about that. And I kind of think I have an idea as to what all this is. And I don't really think it has anything to do with him being on drugs. I don't think it has anything to do with his mental health or mental state. And I don't think it has anything to do with his upcoming album. I really don't. I think it's something else. And, but these wild accusations, like I'm getting a little confused, because it seems like he's trying to say that Ictamil and Zanime and that red flag Ronnie guy had the hand in this whole orchestration of this car getting into the body of water. I don't believe that. Was there something there? I don't know. I literally have zero evidence that Ictamil was not just there and picked up a phone call. Outside of somebody's wild imagination, that's all the information I personally have. Was this orchestrated, this whole flag drop? I don't know. And what does it matter? I'm not here to talk about Ictamil. I'm not here to talk about Zanime. I'm not here to talk about red flag Ronnie. Who cares? There's a child dead in the bottom of a freaking lake. Who gives a damn about these petty other BS creator type nonsensical issues? I don't care. I don't care if Xana May's phone call was. I don't care. I don't care. That crap I don't care about. You know what I want to know about? What I think the audience wants to know about? How the hell did a 16-year-old child get in the trunk of her SUV and sunk in the bottom of a lake? And who the hell did it? That's, in my opinion, what people here want to see and hear about. I doubt that they give a damn whether somebody set up a phone call to get clicks and views. I don't care. If you truly believe Ictamil did that, then unsubscribe from him. If you don't, so what? So what? I don't care about that crap. It's very upsetting to me that, church is, levying some heavy allegations. And when I'm following his stuff, it just like, yeah, there are some telltales here and but it's not conclusive factual information he's basing these wild things on, in my opinion. Does he have something? Maybe he does have something there. Maybe what he's thinking he's reading wrong, and it's something totally different, but he's analyzing it differently than everybody else. But I really don't think that's what it is. I keep looking back. Ryan Upchurch, he helped with Summer Wells. We didn't have these issues with Summer Wells. We didn't have these issues with other cases that he donated money to. But those cases, those people weren't found. He wasn't on the hook for the money. So what is different with this particular case? He is on the hook. Right? Because in the grand scheme of things, these types of cases, these people usually don't get found. So you're able to say, hey, I'm ponying up $100,000, or I'm ponying up my Hellcat, or I'm ponying up this, or I'm ponying up that. But, typically these people aren't found, and it makes you look great to say that, knowing that you're not going to have to pony that up because the person's not going to be found, similar to Summer Wells. He was able to get his $25,000 back, from my understanding. I don't know. I'm speculating on that too. I just want to make sure that you guys know I did not do any due diligence in the fact finding of Ryan Upchurch. I'm just speculating my theory, or a potential theory, right? I don't know if I really believe when it comes to him. Could this be accurate? Could this not be accurate? I don't know. But I've never heard Ryan Upchurch come out and want to find a little girl, a 16-year-old girl, so bad, and then all of a sudden she's found, and now you think she's not real, and you think this is all some flipping psyop. Like, what? It's not fair. Ryan, I'm sorry you put yourself in a position like this. I really do like you. I think you're a nice person. I really do. But what you're doing to this family that lost their child is, it's hard for me to watch as a human being. I have to be honest, Ryan. It really is hard for me to watch as a human being. I think you're a great guy, and I don't want you to get a stigma over this. And I just think at this point, since you are so angry with the situation, maybe it's time for you to take a breath and step back, and maybe refocus yourself, because there is something seriously wrong. This child was in the bottom of a flipping lake, and we could surely use your help and your support and your platform to help find out what happened to her and bring whoever did that to her to justice. We need your help, Ryan. We need your help bad, but we need to kind of bring you back over here. You need to kind of come walk back over here to this, and let's work together to find out how we can make whoever did to this beautiful girl that was so talented and her life was snuffed out. Ryan, maybe help us. Maybe you can do this whole conspiracy thing and start beating up on all these people after somebody's arrested. Maybe just like, what the hell, man? I thought Dolly did a really good job handling church. I was actually a little concerned, I have to be honest with you, because things started getting, they're there for a little bit. What I like about Dolly is he's done this a long time. He can he knows when to lean back and let things kind of just progress the way they're going to progress. And then if he feels like it's just getting a little out of hand, he is just really delicate about kind of shifting everything very gingerly right back, so no feelings are. I don't know how he does it. He's very clever. He's very witty. Kudos to him in that. I don't know how I would have handled all of that last night, because I also have to say this, like Doug with No Thanks Investigates hijacked Dolly's freaking interview with Ryan Upchurch, almost ran Ryan Upchurch off. Now, granted, you agree, you don't agree. The bottom line is you know what? Doug, if you wanted to interview him, maybe you should have asked him for an interview and brought him to your channel. But to run him off another creator's channel with your peppering and your disrespectful questions, and I understand, but you were being kind of disrespectful to Ryan on Dolly's platform. I found it highly improper. I thought it was a major dick move. I have to be honest with you. I really did. I thought it was a major dick move for Doug. No thanks to do that. And he did that strategically because at the time it was 3,500 people in there. He gives a $2 super chat trying to give up. You can't even give Dolly a decent freaking tip to bring you on in front of 3,500 people other than $2. But all those thousands of dollars that you made off Dylan Rounds and all the bullshit and lies that you helped perpetrate on your platform, that's okay. But just go ahead and give him $2 and then get in the back room and wave until you can get up there. I just thought it was a major dick move. And while in all fairness, I agreed with some of the line of questioning that Doug had. So, I mean, I agree. So just to let you know, I'm assessing this fairly. I thought it was a dick move by Doug. However, he did have a line of questioning, but he was too arrogant in his line of questioning. He was too pompous in his line of questioning. He should have toned it down a little bit. And I think he would have gotten the answers that we were trying to, seek. But he wanted to be arrogant. He wanted to be authoritarian. When you're trying to get people stuff, you're a peon to Upchurch, Doug. I mean, in the grand scheme, I am too. I'm not saying that, but in the grand scheme of things, we're peons to Upchurch. He's got almost 3 million people on his platform, and you think that you could address that man like that? Like, what? I have to agree. I'm being overloaded right now with what he's been trying to say last night. Ryan, I can't back this anymore. That's not cool or respectful. No, it's not. And again, I like Ryan Upchurch, but you know what? I'm also a responsible creator. At least I try to, maintain responsibility, integrity, and stuff like that. I'm a human being. Do I make mistakes? Of course I do. Every creator does. I mean, for example, that whole thing with Justice for All, was it appropriate? No. Are people, haters are going to find any kind of mistake you can make and they're going to amplify it. You can't just be a human and make a mistake on the streets of YouTube. You've got to go through the meat grinder, be patted into meat, be fried on a thing, you know what I'm saying? You get eaten up. So I feel bad for Justice. I know what he was trying to do. We're trying to figure out where she's located. I was definitely wrong in the location of her. I did see it. I didn't see Justice for All post or anything like that. I actually, because I had the video myself, I went back and basically did exactly what he did and found the spot on the video I had and was able to review it. For all the creators that are in this platform, this is my suggestion for future stuff like this, because I have a funny feeling this is, Adventures with Purpose went out there and did a job. And that job was done stellarly. They did it very professionally. They did it very strategically. They will be called by other agencies. I guarantee it. When they see what they did here for the Kiely Rodni case and clearing that lake and finding that car and knowing what they were doing and doing it in such a professional way, not to get people all excited on the beach when they found it, doing things kind of really as incognito and stealth mode as possible, for Adventures with Purpose. I mean, they're well widely known. I've recently started following them. I'm a recent supporter of theirs. I think what they're doing is amazing work. But I do see this happening more and more. So we're going to be getting more and more of these types of things. So they're probably going to have some active cases over the next few years, that where they're active, they find them. It's going to be another where they have to see some really horrible stuff. I feel bad that a man had to go down there and find that car. And that man most likely is a father himself. I can't imagine the emotions that had to come with all of these guys, whether they were fathers or not, with this find. This had to be a really hard find. And I think Doug said it the best when he said, it's different when you're finding somebody that's been gone 2 weeks as somebody that's been opposed to somebody that's been gone for 20 or 30 years. It's harder. It's harder for them. It's harder for the families of these people that they're finding. We're very thankful for them, because I truly believe that had they not found Kiely in this lake, she would have sat there for God knows how long. So I wanted you guys to see some things. I got Dolly Vision. We're going to go through a few things. I just want to get your ideas on what you think's going on here. Again, I really want to kind of go over what happened here, but some of this stuff I'd like to address up front, especially with Upchurch and this whole, ictamil and all this stuff. And like I said, I've never seen, in my opinion, seen this side of Ryan. So because of that, I have to figure out, I'm looking at what stressors would cause this kind of reaction in somebody. And then I started looking at, how his personality, and he's a nice guy, funny guy, a little cocky, stuff like that. But nonetheless, a country boy, right? Nonetheless, a country boy that has a lot of following, is very talented and things of this nature. So I'm trying to find and look at the behavioral. I don't believe he's on drugs. Guys, for those that don't know my story, I was, okay? I had a lot of problems. And for many of you that are like me, that have had past problems, that have gotten clean, gotten taken care of, whatever that may be, whatever that path was for you, knowing our kind, it never quite leaves us. It just doesn't. It never quite leaves us. So for example, somebody that smokes marijuana can probably identify a marijuana smoker lickety split like that. It could be grandma sitting next to them. They're like, yeah, she's a smoker, right? So we know our own kind. And I don't, they're trying to say, some hard substances, Ryan's, guys, I'm sorry. I don't see it. I don't see it, instability. I don't even think he's mentally unstable. I really don't. I think this is a situation where somebody got caught with their pants down, They've done the same thing for certain cases. They've never been on the hook. They've never ponied up. And nothing better than to say, hey, I don't owe this because this person doesn't exist. Now, that's just speculation. That's just a perspective. That is just what could have happened. This is not, I'm not saying that has happened, this will happen or anything like that. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but I've never seen this kind of conduct from Ryan Upchurch. And I just hope he tampers it down. I hope he just comes to acceptance with the situation and just stops. That's my hope. And, Ryan Upchurch is his own man. He makes his own decisions. And, I may not be able to support him on this particular path he wants to go down, but I am a Ryan Upchurch supporter. I just can't support this. And I think, and I hope other creators kind of, realize that this is really counterproductive. It's not worth the clicks and views. I hope that many stand up and stand next to Kiely Rodni because she was real. And I want to take a stand today for Kiely Rodni because I believe she's real. I'm sorry, Ryan Upchurch, but I'm not the kind of person that can just not take a position on something like this. And if we get trolled here and, get attacked by, maybe some of his supporters, we're just going to have to walk down that path, guys. I hate to tell you, because unfortunately, I'm just not able to support him on this anymore. I think he's a great guy. I don't know what happened. I wish him the absolute best. I will continue to listen to his country songs, and I will continue to support that. And if he wants to help with children and help find children and help provide, resources for that, I support that 100%. When you start attacking families that just lost, this girl was probably everything in that family. Just the bright, just the brag effect. Like mom and dad did a great job. Everybody loved everybody. Can you imagine you're preparing to send your child off to medical school at 16? God, what an amazing accomplishment. Just amazing. And then you hear that she's gifted in music, that she can play multiple instruments, that she can sing. She just had all these beautiful talents, and Ryan is stealing that from her. I'm not okay with that. I'm just not. I'm not okay with that. I stand with Kiely. I'm sorry, Ryan. Again, God bless you. Thank you for bringing such a big, beautiful platform to help bring awareness to Kiely's case. But at this point, I think that this is not okay for me. This is just not okay for me. So hopefully you realize maybe that how much pain you might be inflicting. I don't think he is intentionally inflicting pain. I really think that if he knew the pain that he was causing, he wouldn't cause it. I don't see Ryan of Church I just don't think he understands the gravity of what he's doing and the pain he's inflicting on people. Because I got to say, for me personally, and I don't know Kiely, it hurts me to hear it. It hurts me. I can't imagine the people that are in and around her having to listen and deal with this, that knew her personally, that grew up with her, and, that they swam with, that they fought with. You have all those memories with childhood friends, like, right, the good, bad, and the ugly. All that was taken from these kids. Is there somebody that's her friend that could be involved with this? Absolutely, there is. But you tell me, or you bring me something that shows me 100% who that is. I'll go there on their page and start helping you beat them up. But right now, we don't have any of that. And people are just throwing wild accusations out there, from this girl didn't exist to, she was seen the next day. And again, let's talk about the tow truck driver, right? Let's talk about that tow truck driver. I don't believe that man was lying. He didn't look like he was lying. Could he be a master manipulator? Absolutely. Are there people like him every day that lie their way all over? Of course they do. I don't look at somebody and say, oh, he's cute, he can't lie, right? Because Bullhorn Betty has met some pretty hot guys, okay? If I just say so myself, all right? And guess what? They seemed best people in the world, but let me tell you, they had the most convincing lies straight to your face, right? So who is he? He seems down to earth. I don't have any reason to doubt what he's saying is true. You know what I really believe? This man, that tow truck driver, Nick, has mistaken identity. Because when you go back to this whole entire case and you look at it and you kind of try to dive down to it and try to, look at, that's the one piece that doesn't fit, right? Think about that. It's the whole Boca Reservoir the next day from 11 to 12. Guys, it could be mistaken identity, because think about it. That's the only thing that doesn't fit, right? Everything happened at Prosser. Everything. The fights happened at Prosser. The drinking happened at Prosser. The drugging happened at Prosser. The last ping of her location happened at Prosser. Her car was found at Prosser. She was found at Prosser. It appears in all practicality that she went into that water and her car was fully submerged at 12:33 when her phone went off for the very last time. That is what I truly believe. However, we have this tow truck driver that's trying to allege that she was there the next day, which would, if true, would just, it would be nuts. But the good news is, if it is true, they'll know who did it, right? Because it'll be the last person that saw her alive, the guy on the video that the tow truck driver recorded. So let's hope for that. So I wanted to get over here and I wanted to show you guys. Let me see if I can I'm just going to scan through it until Church gets on, because here it is. Okay. I just want you guys to hear this. So for those that haven't, because Church is starting to say some stuff, and I just, I'm a little concerned. I have to be honest with you.
Pictures that came forward out of all the YouTube channels with call-in shows, and there's a lot of them. None of these kids are called, not one. Right? Usually anything that happens, anything I've ever covered, from anything from rap news to entertainment news, somebody in that realm of their camp has called me. All the way from all the girls, and then
I'm just going to speed it because I want Ryan.
Well, tell nobody.
Look, in my opinion, now this is
Church.
There it is.
What's up, Skip?
What's going on, man? Okay, you believing that this ain't her?
It ain't.
Definitely not her.
See, it is and ain't.
What does that mean? It is, but it ain't. What does that mean? Ryan, help me out here. Help me out. What does that mean? It is, but it ain't.
Depending on how you look at it, depending on what someone's able to fathom.
So who's in the car though? If you don't think
Undocumented, I think an undocumented person.
So this is where I'm having a major problem with, right? You're saying, now we all saw the father's face when Adventures with Purpose told them. It was in the video. We're going to watch it, and we're going to bring an update as well. But there's a father. We saw his expression. You could see that man was devastated. Absolutely, hands down, devastated. And Doug Bishop with Adventures with Purpose said, Bud, you don't want to be this. You don't want this to be your last memory of your dog. How can you say that this girl is undocumented? It sad. Robert's girl is exactly right. It's sad. Church, we need you so bad for this case. Can we stop with this? She's not real. Please. Because I guarantee you the photos that I have in my possession that are not photoshopped, buddy, that is a real person that grew up with these people. That was her dancing with Jagger in her black dress. That is not an undocumented person. That is Kiely. Kiely Rodni. Say her name. Say her name. Kiely Rodni. She's real. She lost her life. And we need answers. And we surely could use a platform like Ryan Upchurch to help find some answers. We could really use you, Ryan. Where you're going is not, it's counterproductive. There's no good that can come down through this. And I don't think he's doing it for sales of his album. I just don't. Because if that was the case, why didn't he do this flip with Summer? Summer's never even been found. I mean, if you're wanting to talk about somebody that doesn't exist, why didn't you do that for Summer? Why didn't you make these wild accusations for Summer Wells? None of us have seen her. But I can guarantee you, I surely saw a girl in the back of an SUV in the bottom of a flipping lake. I saw that with my own eyes. And so did everybody else. Just disheartening. Let's keep going.
So somebody put that person. So the conspiracy is big. You would say
It's huge.
Okay, and for what? Okay, now I got to ask you this: do you have a reason why they would do this? A purpose?
Yes.
What is
it? It's tremendous amounts of money being made without having to work not 1 minute.
Now, you think that's on I could see if, say, let's just say that the police in Truckee were corrupt, but that would involve some of them. Now, but it would have to be on a larger scale than that to pull something off like this, wouldn't it?
In different areas.
And while I got you here, what is the deal with the teeth? Everybody's been bringing up the teeth.
I don't know about the teeth thing. There's only one photo that she had that revealed like this gum line and these teeth, but it looked like it was a younger photo of her. And it was the one where she's kind of like this in it. And she's got like a flower kind of what I have, but flowery. And she's just kind of got her arms out like this. And you can see that, there's something going on with her teeth on that one. But that's not, her older photos didn't show all that. It was only a one photo type of thing that I looked at. But I don't know. I never heard anything about the teeth until I heard this on Dolly's channel.
That they're photoshopped or something's going on with the girl's teeth.
The video that I just put on my page is very non-dragging along. It's very to the point. It's only 6 minutes long. If you want to watch it, you can watch it. I'll even send you the private link and make it private while you watch it so you don't get flagged if you want to.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Tori.
Yeah,
Thank you for being a newest member.
All right.
So is it the video you just dropped where you were talking about Molly Go Lightly on the panel, or do you have another video?
Well, I knew that live was going to be deleted.
That Molly was going to delete it?
Yes. About halfway through. I knew that it was going to be gone, and either it was going to be gone for good, which it's still gone right now, or it will be gone, and then they would go into YouTube studios and cut sections out like Ikmel's been doing.
Uh-huh.
And I also want to let you guys know with this whole...
So you stream recorded that video.
Sorry. I just got it out of the... I didn't mean to do that. Again, still having problems with the whole MacBook Pro. I can't work it. No, I'm actually doing pretty good. Many of you guys have been with me from the beginning when I was working from one computer that literally kept shutting down in the middle of our lives, and I had to reboot it and go to the phone and try to tap in. We went from that, and then we went to the MacBook Pro, but we were still using the Dell to run the show, and now we're fully converted with the MacBook Pro. But anyways, getting back to this, he's talking about well, let's just go back. Let me just go back real quick, and then we're gonna go.
But he was giving up the Hellcat for, I think.
Yeah.
We went too far. Sorry,
what
guys.
do you think of that deflection mentality that everyone else does? Yeah, why do you think he said, man, like she didn't know how to click her seatbelt, and she looks like she must have came from a party and been a little hungover. It's like, okay, bro, what's happened is all these people have already gotten freaked out by me. So he's thinking that because he's talking about these conspiracy theories that these people are coming out in force. I mean, this is just kind of, it's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in with this whole conversations. For example, whenever you start digging in really, really, really deep, you can start seeing connections that aren't really there. Like when you're just, I think it happens to everybody that goes in these true crime things. It happens to everybody at least once, where you're just going, and you just go in all the wrong directions. Many of you guys know at the beginning, I thought she did this to herself. Kid party disappeared. Nobody knew where she was. Did she make a wrong turn? Did she, go into the water? About the only thing I got right was that she was most likely intoxicated and that she was in the water. That was about all I got right. I wasn't willing to get off that until some more information, some more factual, not speculation, but true factual information came out. And that came out in the way of Adventures with Purpose. Adventures with Purpose, went down there and saw what happened. We're going to go ahead and watch that right now, and then we'll get back to Ryan Upchurch in that discussion here in a second. So for those that don't believe that this child, the 16-year-old beautiful girl that had her whole life left ahead of her, is no longer going home to her family, is no longer getting out of this lake. She is pulled out, but that's where she'll always be. And it's sad. And so this is that girl that doesn't exist. Let's watch this girl that doesn't exist, shall we?
Be here to find the where, which we have done. Now we need to assess it appropriately. Full assessment. Condition of the vehicle, windows up or down. Do not remove license plate like we normally do.
Copy that. Don't put Confirm. I see the vehicle and the license plate. We have just found Kiely's vehicle. Over.
10-4. Do a full assessment, methodically, slowly. Make sure you focus on footage of the vehicle so that we can accurately relay that to the authorities.
The vehicle is upside down. I repeat, it is upside down. I'm at the rear of the vehicle now, working my way around towards the driver's side.
10-4. I read you loud and clear.
I'm approaching the driver's side window, trying to get a look inside.
Again, this window is fully intact. Many people were saying that the driver's side window was busted out. I did hear it was busted out in the excavation of this car. If you look up in the corner, let me see if I can stop it. You will actually see the intact mirror right there. So even the mirror is not damaged underwater. Okay. I'm showing this to you guys because there's been a lot of speculation about this driver's side window being busted out. And as we can clearly see in this photo, not only is this window completely intact, but the mirror is also completely intact. There's no damage to that mirror. So it sounds like it's possible that that whole side damage, that panel side damage that we saw, let me see if I can find it real quick, that we saw where her car was coming out and there was the side damage, the panel damage. Hold on, let me pull this down and I'll show you here in just a second. Oops. Okay. Guys see that? I need to blow it up. So it appears that this window got broke and this mirror and possibly whatever dent this is here. It appears that all this damage here on this driver's side panel could have actually been done in the excavation process of this vehicle. Because, again, intact, you don't see the mirror hanging off the driver's side. The window is intact here. The driver's mirror is intact. This damage didn't happen until it was coming up to the surface. So here you guys go. Here's some more information that you may or may not have known. And you can even see his light reflecting off the window. See that? So the idea that this window is broken out, it is not. This is a fully intact driver's side window. Now, the front passenger window, we're going to get to that in just a second. Now, Shannon, I would like to address this comment. First of all, the first rule in interviewing people is to always be respectful. Whether you agree with what they're saying or not, you always handle interviews respectfully. And I heard Dolly on many occasions this morning state that, I may not agree with him. However, we don't have to beat each other or club each other over the head because we don't agree. I think that is an amazing statement. That is exactly how creators should act. I'm not disappointed in Dolly's conduct one bit. I think he handled himself very professionally. And I think he wanted to, understand where all this information was coming from and what was driving Church's, process decision-making, his critical thinking. We were finding that out because of the questioning that Dolly was doing. I don't necessarily think that he was encouraging him. I think it was just a person that was interviewing somebody and wanted to really get into their, mind and find out why. The why factor. That is the most important factor when we're dealing with interviews and everything else and getting information is the why. Why? Every time somebody answers, you always say, why, right? So I'm not really disappointed in Dolly at all. I don't necessarily believe, Dolly has said it multiple times that Kiely is real. I don't think Dolly was encouraging him. I think he was interviewing him. And sometimes people misunderstand the interview process. And no disrespect to you either. You know, if Ryan Upchurch came on this channel right now, I wouldn't shut him down. I would be questioning him as well. So, you know, I don't know, you know, right? So anyways, my thoughts. But thank you for the support and the $5 super chat.
Cannot positively identify anybody inside yet. I'm looking at the back now.
Now, just to go back to that mirror, if I can, hold on. Don't. That window is halfway open. We had somebody on, and I'm going to show it in just a second, on Michelle After Dark. A woman actually went out to her. She had a 2013 Honda CRV. She went out there and did all the tests that we would be expecting in accordance with that tow truck driver.
10-4. Take your time. Be safe.
I see you wear shoes at the back.
10-4. I read you loud and clear.
Right, this is where there are human remains in the vehicle. Over.
Guys, this is what upsets me with Ryan's with Ryan's analysis of what's going on. And this girl is in this car. There is a real person inside this car. There is a real person inside this car that has parents that love and miss her. There's a person inside this car that has friends that loved her, that had coworkers that loved her. This is a real human being. This is Kiely Rodni. I stand with Kiely on this matter. Again, you know, I like Upchurch. I like his songs. I don't know what happened in this case, but I can't in good conscience, you know, not say my feelings on this. And I just really hope Ryan, you know, changes direction and starts helping us find out who did this to Kiely. This poor baby needs help. This is just now starting, and it sounded like she was a very, very beautiful, loving, talented young lady, and she had her whole life ahead of her, and she went to a party and she never made it home. That's the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is she wound up in the hatch of her car. That's the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is her car is in the bottom of Prosser Lake with her in her hatch. That's the reality of this situation. The reality of this situation is somebody put her here. This car did not get in the lake because of Kiely Rodni. This car got in the lake because of somebody else, and I want to know who the hell that person was, and so does each and every one of you. And we surely could use Ryan Upchurch's help to find these answers. We could. And I hope he does. I hope he realizes that what's going on right now is counterproductive. It's not doing anybody any good. And we have a lot of work here that could be done that could go to the betterment of this case, not to the detriment of this case. So
there are human remains in the vehicle. Over.
And here's her face. For those that don't know, I was wrong yesterday. I thought her face was up here and this was her body in a fetal position. It's not. She is literally right here. This is where she's at. I know that for a fact because I saw it with my own eyes. And I will not put that up on here. I will not do that. but she is in this car, and her name is Kiely Rodni, and she was a real person.
10-4.
Now, there was something told to me by one of my mods, and it does kind of make sense. There's not a lot of debris outside of this car that we can see. There's not a lot of debris outside of this car at all, as if it would have made a hard impact into the water, water gushing in. Things are being pushed to the back of the car. Things are falling out the window due to the suction. We're not seeing debris around this car. We're seeing inside this car as if it descended slowly, as if it filled up with water and flipped slowly. Not quickly, slowly. In this particular, let's see, there is a Truly can. There is a charger, a MacBook Pro charger. That's this white box right here. And the reason why I know that that's what that is because that's exactly what's plugged in right now on mine.
Broken out, it appears. Rear driver's side window is halfway down.
Copy that. Rear driver's side window is down.
And I see somebody talking about airbags. I've been in wrecks, and many of you guys don't know that. I have been in multiple automobile accidents. I've had a discectomy infusion on my C5 and C6. I have titanium in my neck because of accidents. And I can tell you that the force of an accident is what triggers whether or not your car's airbags deploy. In these newer cars, you would be pleasantly surprised to know that your airbags will deploy at a 5 mile an hour impact. Could. Now, I've sustained an impact at over 15 miles an hour, 15 to 20 miles an hour, and the airbags did not deploy. And that was in a 2011 Chevy. Oh, it was the truck. It was not the big truck. It was the smaller size truck. I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, Colorado, Chevy Colorado. That's it. And that Chevy Colorado was in a rear end collision, and the impact at the time the truck hit the SUV in front of us. It was I want to say about 15 miles an hour for the impact, and the airbags did not deploy. But when I was talking to the mechanic, they said that it should have, that the pressure on those sensors are 5 miles an hour. So I thought that was interesting because people are, talking about these airbags. So yes, the airbags could have went off with an impact of 5 miles an hour, which is not much. But there were no airbags that appeared to have been deployed in this vehicle.
Yep.
Oh, that's okay, Charlotte. We still love you.
Brother.
Thanks for the support.
Good job. Good job. It's positive, All right.
She's in the back of the vehicle. She's not in the driver's seat. It looks suspicious to me. Yeah. Vehicle's upside down. Some of the one window is halfway down. One window is all the way down. Call the authorities.
So I'm sorry. Kiely's real. Her name's Kiely Rodni. She was 16 years old. She chose to go to a party on August 5th into the August 6th, early morning hours, there was a text message that was sent to her mom around 11:30. Dolly Vision actually questioned that at the very beginning of this case. He stated that he did not believe that she texted her mom. He thought it was a stall tactic. And now that we know she was in that lake and that she was in the back hatch, Dolly might be right. Just saying. Take it for what you will. I'm curious what you guys think about that text. Do you think? Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you think Kiely sent that text message to her mom. Now that we're finding out more about this case, put a 2 if you think that maybe somebody else sent that text to her mom. And if you guys are wanting to know what text I'm talking about, we've all heard in this case that around 11:30, she sent a text to her mom saying that she was running late and that she would be home around 12:15. Yeah. I'm starting to see a lot of 2s coming in. A lot of 2s. We have almost 1,000 people in here. If you guys can go out and like this segment, we're still not done. We're already an hour in. We still got a lot of stuff to go through with this case because we're following this. And many of you guys, if you guys were following me, I was an advocate stating that, I really believe that she went to this party, got completely intoxicated. All her friends left. She looked around. She had no ride. She got behind the wheel and she took a wrong turn and ended up in water. That is what I believed happened. And I always stated that that may not be what happened, that there is this possibility that something else happened. I constantly stated that because I just didn't have enough information, but I was really on the side of she did this. This was a horrible accident. This is a situation where a teenage child went out, got herself intoxicated, and made the deadly decision of getting behind the wheel of her car. And that is not the case. We're not dealing with that. That is not the case here. It's not. Oh, thank you. Thank you, love. Another thing is that we were finding out, we're trying to figure out, was this car backed in or was it drove in frontwards? Because the way that everything kind of landed, it makes us wonder whether this car was backed in. Did it take a roll or did it go end over end? These are important. This is important information. Was this just an accident of another drunk teenager at this party? Or was there something more nefarious here? At this point, it's hard to think that there wasn't something more nefarious here. We have a busted out front passenger window, and a back passenger seat on the driver's side has the window down halfway. You have windows open on both sides of the vehicle, and a child is in the hatch of that vehicle, and that vehicle has been sunk to the bottom of a lake. I'm sorry, this is not screaming accident to me. This is no longer screaming drunk kid at a party accident to me. This is something that's really not sitting well in my stomach. Watching that video, that was the first time I've been able to watch that video of them finding that car without breaking down and crying. It truly is. This stuff has me just shaking because I want to know what disgusting individual could do this to another human being. At what point do we teach our children to keep their mouths shut when a child is missing, or we teach them to cover up by sinking a child into a lake so we're not held accountable for our responsibilities, so we're not held accountable for our action? What type of parentings do we have going on out there in Truckee, California, where this is how you deal with situations when things don't go your way, and then you have your parents telling you to keep your mouth shut? I say it's time for the parents' asses to be brought into law enforcement as well. If you are obstructing justice, you need to go to jail. I don't care if you're a parent and didn't even attend out there. You need to be brought in. Your child needs to open their damn mouth, and somebody needs to tell the law enforcement what happened to this kid out at this damn lake. I'm angry.
I'm even more angry at the parents. I have to be honest with you. Too many are going off topic on the poor child's death. Yeah, absolutely. This child is real. Her name is Kiely Rodni. She needs help and she needs justice. And remember, everybody watching here, this could be your damn kid. This could be your story. Right here. Think about that. Those parents that are telling their children not to cooperate, this could be their story. Thank God it's not. Thank God they have their child to tell, don't cooperate with law enforcement. Thank God they've got them. Kiely's parents don't have her right now. They will never have her again. They will never get to brush her hair, hug her. They'll never get to walk her down the freaking aisle for her marriage. They will never get the blessing of grandchildren. And you want to tell me that this girl's not real? I don't know how I feel about that. I really don't. I really don't know how I feel about that. I try to, be fair. I try to be, and I like the people that I like, and, I have disagreements with creators. I have disagreements with creators all the time. I've had creative disagreements with Olivia. I've had creative disagreements with Jonathan. I've had creative disagreements with Marissa. We have creative disagreements. That's okay. We don't need to hate each other over it. But there's just some things that I can say, I like you and I support your endeavors and everything like that, but I cannot support this. And that's where I'm at. I don't dislike Ryan. I don't think Ryan's a bad guy. I don't think he's on drugs. I don't think that he's got mental problems. I don't think anything's wrong with the man. I don't. He got sucked in. He got sucked in bad. So what? It happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us. I don't have any qualms with Ryan Upchurch. But I can't support This Is Not Kiely. That's just, I can't do it. I just can't. I don't know how many of you guys can, but I just can't. I don't know if I put that up there. Yeah. But I just can't. I can't. But we love Ryan, right? Ryan's Ryan. Upchurch is Upchurch. It's crazy because we all have that crazy friend, right? Not crazy mental crazy, but we all have that one crazy wild friend that we have in our group, right? Well, this is Ryan. That person is our Ryan in the YouTube group, right? What indicates Kiely is a real person? Probably the multitude of videos I have out. The fact that I went through this whole thing. You can clearly see a child in the back. You can clearly see that child's face, and you can clearly see that child's face looks a lot like Kiely. You've got a parent. And Ryan, I don't dislike you. I really don't. I think you're a great guy, and you've got an amazing platform that could do so good. You really could. You could do so good. This is not what's needed right now. It really isn't. This child was most likely murdered or OD'd, and people hid her death. And she was sunk to the bottom of a lake. We're here to help victims. She's a victim. She needs our help. She needs justice. She really does. All this other stuff is nonsense. We don't need it. There's enough drama out here. At the end of the day, a child died in that car, a 16-year-old girl. Seriously. I don't know if you have children, Ryan, but one day you will. And when you feel that bond of a child, like I don't have children of my own, but I watch my grandchildren be born. And I'm telling you, even as a step parent, seeing life brought into this world is something short of amazing. Amazing. And then you think that a child goes off to a party and is sunk into the bottom of a lake. And I'm sorry. And you're saying she's not a real person? You're asking me to prove that she's a real person? Why don't you prove to me she's not? Because I got childhood photos sitting here, and I can guarantee these childhood photos are not photoshopped. This girl needs your help. She needs your help bad. Don't fail her, Ryan.
You've come so far in this case. She needs your help. This is a child that needs justice. And I do have the link up at the top. If you have some other things, you can think what you want of me. I don't think badly of you, Ryan. I've said that over and over again. I don't think badly of you. I don't think you have mental problems. I don't think you have drug problems. You know, I don't think anything horrible of you. I think you're an amazing person. I think you have amazing talents. I think you are very passionate, you know, especially about these children. I just don't know where this got lost. That's all. I don't know where we go from this to Kiely's not real. Kiely is in that SUV. Kiely, think about your best friend, Ryan. I want you to just to do this, okay? I just want you just to take a deep breath. Just follow me through this. You have either a significant other or a best friend, okay? One or the other. You can interchange them. I don't care if it's your significant other or your best friend. I don't care. Went to a party and didn't come home. Days, 2-3 weeks later, you find out that person is sunk into the bottom of a lake, and somebody is coming to you in your face telling you that your best friend or your significant other was not real, that was a fake person in that car, that this was all a staged thing. You know, it doesn't change the fact that you lost your best friend and you're never going to see your best friend again. I just want you to think about that. You know, put yourself in the shoes. I just think you need to reevaluate this. That's all. I still love you. I still support you. I just don't support this. That's it. I just don't. And I think you're a great person, by the way. So I don't think you're a bad person at all. I think you're amazing. I think you got amazing talents. Yeah. And guys, and I just want to let you know that we run a tight ship here. There is no attacking of creators on this platform. Just to let you guys know, we have a zero tolerance for that. So if you do start attacking other creators on this channel, you will be warned. You just don't go to blocking. We will be warned. Your comment will be removed. It's kind of a 3-strike policy. If you violate 3 times, we do block you from the channel, from commenting on the channel, but I always go in there and clean that up like every 3 months. So even if you do accidentally get blocked, you can always email me, tell me the situation, and I'll decide if I should unblock you, or you can wait the 3 months until we get around to unblocking the people on the block list. So, but good morning, by the way, Ryan. If you want to come up here, I mean, I'm curious. I didn't see anything that took me off the fence of saying that Kiely is not real. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I got him. Hey, let me run. Okay. Hello, my dear.
Hi, how's it going?
It's good. Nice to finally meet you face to face. So I'm Bullhorn Betty. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Okay. Well, I just want to clear the air. First of all.
Oh, can I ask your last question?
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing with the friends, I would just simply post a video of me standing by them.
You'd have posted a video of you standing by them?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean from the party?
From anywhere.
Yeah, I've got photos of her. I can't release them just yet because they're not my photos. But
you have photos of the friends?
I have photos of her friends. I have photos of her childhood. I've got photos. Yeah.
Why didn't you put them out yet?
They came from legit sources. I mean, this idea, you know, I love you. God bless you for all the good that you do.
You don't love me. You don't know me.
Okay, well, then. So what would you like to say?
I'm just here to answer questions.
Okay, so I've got the link up at the top if people would like to answer questions. You know, obviously this is a touchy subject for people, and just trying to find out, you know, why do you feel that Kiely isn't real?
I haven't seen any proof of her being real.
But anybody that shows you a photo, you immediately say it's photoshopped.
Why ain't there a video of her talking?
If you found a video of her talking, if I can provide you a video of her talking, can we put this to bed?
There should already be one.
So I don't know how long, just my experience with, missing persons and homicide cases. At points in the case, they shut down social media. So, for example, I do a lot of, those mass shooters, like the, stores where they come out with the guns and stuff like that. We cover those. Did you know that within 5 minutes of them identifying the person that's doing the mass shooting, every single one of their social media accounts come immediately down? That's done by the FBI. You see what I'm saying? So
how come new Instagrams keep popping up of the same people duplicated?
Because it's probably trolls doing that.
Who's to say it wasn't trolls in the beginning?
Because how would they get access to private photos of the family, private photos of her being with her friends?
We haven't
Those
seen
are
none of
not
those.
being exhibited on any of these new Instagram pages, these new Twitter pages. All these fake accounts that are popping up have none of those things attached to them.
Exactly.
But that doesn't necessarily mean she's not real. It just means some a-hole set up an account. Like, I've been trolled. I'm sure you have too, where these people make fake names and go into these chats and say outlandish things that as if they're you or as if they're me. I think it's something on that line for me personally. I'm not sure. To me,
I just go back to logic. I don't have to prove that someone is not real. People have to prove they're real.
So the onus is on everybody else.
Who?
Well, you just said, I don't have to prove that she's not real. People need to prove that she is real. Who's the decider of who has to prove who's real and who has to prove who's not real? Who's the decider of that?
Well, if someone robbed a store, you have to have a picture and a video of who robbed the store. You can't just say the store was robbed. Then the person behind the counter could have stole the money.
Mm-hmm. So this whole, let me ask you this. How would it make you feel if you go down this line and you're going down this pretty hard, saying that she's not real and that this was all set up and everything like that? You seem like a nice guy. You seem like a guy that has a heart. How is that going to affect you when you realize that she is real and you have just been all over social media adding insult to injury to her family and friends that are grieving?
What friends?
Horrifically. What then?
What friends?
Mags, Kate,
There's no pictures of them with her.
So everything that you're basing your information on is the lack of photography.
I'm saying exactly what I'm seeing, and no one likes it, and I don't get it.
Okay.
I'm only saying what the people that are involved are saying.
But it sounds like there's a lot of weight being levied upon social media and photography and videos, as opposed to, factual, have you looked at
That's my point.
Birth certificates? Have you looked? I'm sure you got some of the best sleuths there. I mean, getting into these, we were able to reach out to a few people and get access to their Instagrams that were previously privatized and locked down. Are you working on that kind of avenue so you can uncover the videos and photos that you're seeking?
That just calls for people to go, it's a conspiracy. That's why I'm taking one step at a time and just simply looking at what everyone's putting out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
But,
no proof.
And
if there is,
I agree with you. The tow truck driver, I have to be honest with you. I do agree with you. The tow truck driver, that's in my opinion, I know you don't believe Kiely's real, but if Kiely was real and
it's not that I don't believe it, it's just that there's no proof. I don't see it. So if I don't see it, I'm not going to say I seen it. That's silly.
Right. So you're just acknowledging that you just haven't had enough proof to say that she's alive.
I'm saying there's zero proof.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Will you show me it? Can you show me the proof?
Let me get permission. I will get stuff together for you and get it over, but I've got to go through, we are dealing with minors. We are dealing with the fact that these minors have specifically told people on my team, they want to be left confidential. But again, if we can work something out where they stay confidential, I will release and turn stuff over to you without
That should be in the police's hands, not y'all's hands.
It is in the police's hands. And a lot of the stuff that you're seeking is already in the police's hands, including video and photography of that party that night where they saw Kiely in photos at that party wearing that Odd Future thing. They just haven't released it to the public because this is an open and active investigation. Law enforcement even came out and told us up front that one of the things that were weighing them down on time at the beginning of this is they had a lot of footage and photos that they had to go through and look into to find out her location as to one of the reasons why it was taking long to do this.
I wouldn't trust them on anything. How can you trust somebody that said they spent X amount of man hours and all this stuff looking in this lake, and then some guys show up and find it in 30 minutes after law enforcement said, hey, don't go look over there? Yeah, I'm not trusting those guys.
And you're honestly believing that that law enforcement that doesn't touch sonar equipment, but maybe once or twice a year would have been able.
It takes 2 seconds to watch the video. They have the same exact hummingbird system that AWP does.
Yeah, but there's a difference, and I think Doug Bishop has explained it well. Their training and the fact that they use this equipment, consistently every single day, as opposed to once or twice a year, that they really truly believe it was, user error, and the fact that this car is a newer car, so it doesn't show up on sonar. You don't believe any of that as a good explanation as to why they couldn't locate this vehicle?
What did AWP also say? That it was suspicious.
Oh no, it was definitely suspicious, but I don't think it was the fact.
You know why it's suspicious? Because they know that there's 12-year-olds with flat bottom John boats that go fishing every day that could use that system. You mean a cop can't use it?
Right. But did they specifically say, because when we had Carson McMaster on here, it was alleged that Anissa, I see you back there. I'm not bringing you up right now. Where was I going with this? Sorry, I just got distracted.
Oh, you're okay.
So with the sonar and everything, the John boat, I did have a problem with the fact that when they did take the drone over that body of water, I could clearly see that vehicle in there. So, I mean, I don't discredit that some of these things I do question. I definitely, without a doubt, question as to how this did happen. And that's where I could support your questioning on personally. I mean, not like you need my support at all. I'm a peon compared to somebody like you. But at the end of the day, I could support something like that. But saying that a 16-year-old child is not real or didn't lose her life, me personally, I've got a huge problem with that. I mean, I'm a woman. I have different emotions than, say, a man. And this is really.
Yeah, but you got the same brain, though.
I do have the same brain. But my brain is not processing the information like your brain's processing it, unfortunately.
I'm just looking at what we see and what's real, what we could tell is real. Mm-hmm. I mean, if she's real, it's just show me. I mean,
well, if that's what you need, I think that's reasonable. I don't think that can't be obtained, and I will, if that's what you need, I will definitely, and I think many other creators will start working on getting legit, verified information.
All right, you think Kiely was real, right?
I do. I really do.
Okay. How you think she passed away in that car?
I don't know where she passed away, but I do know she was inside that car and dumped in the bottom of the lake.
How did she delete all of her posts this morning on Instagram?
If that was her Instagram, which I believe it's not her Instagram.
We were told by police it was her Instagram.
Okay, well, there's a multiple way, because first of all, I know for a fact FBI gets into Facebook and can shut Facebook's Instagrams and everything else down. I've seen it done on every single mass shooting we have. Because
how come they didn't do it They just did it today. Look how long it's been. Why
Probably
today?
because this is now becoming a major case. I think what what we're missing here is that they have not told the public that they have moved this over to a homicide investigation.
They told us that last week.
No, it was a criminal investigation, and not with this one. It's not a criminal investigation. The last press conference, they said it was a fatal accident collision investigation. Nobody has said anything about a criminal investigation or upgrading to a homicide investigation.
The last Prosser press conference, yes. The redheaded cop said that.
And I must not have seen that one, because the last one I saw, the highway patrolman came up and said, we're going to be conducting this as a fatal accident collision. But again, it's so hard because I've been trying to do all the studying on this case. I don't have this huge elaborate team or anything, so
I don't either.
I miss some things,
I edit all my videos on iMovie, have since 2014.
Yeah. So, but I don't want to get off on the wrong foot. I mean, throughout this whole journey on YouTube, there's going to be times that we agree with each other and just times that we don't agree with each other. And I really think the work that you do is very good. I'm so happy. I mean, you helped out in Summer Wells' case and getting that in getting that case exposure. I think, was that your first true crime case, or have you been?
I don't even do true crime. I just look at what people tell me to look at.
Yeah. What do you think about, and just kind of off topic a little bit, but what do you, in my opinions, please, I'm kicking you for a reason. Coming back is going to end up getting you banned. What do you think about the whole Summer Wells thing? Just a little off topic, because it's not like I get an opportunity to speak to you often. So,
oh yeah,
I'd like to take the opportunity to ask you about Summer Wells, which was a case that I covered very intensely.
I don't know. She could have been snatched from the house.
Mm-hmm.
Plausible.
Yeah, because you had, that was the first. Actually, to be honest with you, I didn't even know you were a country singer. The first time I actually heard your name for the first time for me, because I just don't watch TV and I don't listen to music. I work all the time. It's nothing.
I'm not on TV.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, the first thing, it was about you coming out and saying, it was a post that you said, look, guys, I'm just trying to help a little girl that's missing. Why are you guys being so nasty and attacking me? I'm a singer. I'm not into this, And that was the first time I had approached. And I actually wrote you and I said, Ryan, haters will hate. Just keep your head up and keep doing you. I remember writing that. No. And that was the first time I heard about you. And then, of course, this whole thing, with all this commotion with Kiely, you stepped up to the plate. You gave her face and her name an amazing and huge platform to help. And I think you did help in that realm. But now we have some questions, and I have questions of my own. They're just different from your questions. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you're kind of looking at it from this way, and I'm looking at it. I mean, even if we take that, let's just take, for example, play devil's advocate and just say, Kiely, that wasn't Kiely in that car, but we know somebody was. We know there was a human being in that car, and at the end of the day, that human being deserves justice, because human beings just don't go missing and wind up in the back of a car in the bottom of a lake. So is there a way? I mean, I know you're going to probably go down this because, this is where there's something compelling you to follow this path through. And I have no doubt that you're going to do it, and you'll seek the answers that you're looking for. I do believe at the end of all of this, I do believe we all have answers that we're looking for. Now, the tow truck driver, you think the tow truck driver is full of shit as opposed to just mistaken identity. Why do you feel that way?
Because he's 6 foot tall. He's got slight muscle mass. He drives a tow truck, and he was having complications with one of the most basic cars you can have complications with. And if this other guy's apparently, quote unquote, chasing this little girl around the car, why didn't he man up and snatch him up and say, hey, what the hell's going on?
Right.
Not only that, he painted the same exact picture as the Ronnie character, which is, I know from finding a yearbook from the town that is a guy named Milo. It's proven. I have the yearbook picture.
Yeah.
I have his face. I was the first person to have his face screen recorded from the number that went to Mel Salino, which is attached to Mel's name. The Ronnie Jones guy, who is the African-American male, his name is not Ronnie Jones, which is why he has no problem taking the name Ronnie Jones.
Right. Which is a common name, by the way. I mean, it's almost as common as like a Jane Doe, right?
John Smith or something.
Yeah.
They all have the same story. And the thing is and going back to the Kiely thing, I believe that the body inside the car was kidnapping of some sort that someone got away with. Because if you can kidnap one person and take that one person that is the case is over with, you can constantly overlap that person with the other person if they look similar. And serial killers have some of these weirdos have what do you call it? Like a type or whatever, like blonde-headed young girls, like this situation. And there's a strain of blonde-headed white girls that go back pretty far. And if you do the math, I found someone who did go missing a while back, and it was a big ordeal with someone named Zanny the Nanny. And if you do the math on that person that came up missing, which was a child, they're 17 years old now.
Yeah. There's a lot of, I definitely agree that there's a lot of oddities, here. And I wonder if maybe you're picking up on something, but you're
obviously,
right avenue as is, but you might be feeling like there's something here, but might be in the wrong, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no,
maybe
look how much I found. I found so much stuff before everyone else, and now those things are playing main factors.
Is there any possibility that I could take a look at some of the stuff you have and process it and just take a see? 'Cause I think that's probably it. I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I'm not reading what you're reading. Based on what I'm seeing.
What do you just ask me and I'll tell you. Or
So
show you.
I don't know what to ask because I don't know what you saw. During your research,
I saw what y'all saw.
You have started saying something doesn't sound right here. There has to be an event that made you question Kiely's existence. What was that event?
There being no information. What do you mean?
Well, there's typically not a whole lot of information in
That's
crime.
why I don't think she's real.
Yeah, but for me, I deal with this every single case that I deal with. We have literally no information.
Are you law enforcement or something?
Huh?
Are you law enforcement or something?
No. I so I travel all over the country, and so I go out there and I search for missing people. I was on TikTok, and I partner with a gal by the name of Chronicles of Olivia. She has about 2+ million followers on TikTok and all these other things. Well, we travel with Jonathan Lee Riches around the country to search for missing kids. I was one of the, which is kind of funny. I think maybe it rubbed me raw because I was one of the original protesters in front of Gabby Petito, Brian Laundrie's house. And so I went out to Kylan Schulte and Crystal Turner, which is the double homicide in Moab. Those are the girls that actually saw Brian hitting and beating up on Gabby out in front of the Moonflower at that coffee shop. We went out there. We went out to the Summer Wells case. I covered Kathleen Moore, Colin Knapp. I travel around the country.
Was there any videos of that?
Of which one?
Of him beating her up.
Yeah, it was caught on surveillance from the Moonflower because the Moonflower is directly across the street from the coffee shop.
Can we look it up?
Yeah, we can look it up. I don't know where it'd be right now, but I know I've seen it, and let's see, Gabby Petito.
Surely it's up if it's something that serious.
Fight with boyfriend. It happened so long ago. I'm not sure. I know I've got stuff. I've got like a whole, probably about, 50 gigs of their file here. Let's see here.
Moonflower. Let me just do moonflower altercation. See if I can find that.
Moon.
See what this one is. I don't know if this is it or not. I'm trying to find it as we.
You might be asking yourself, can you actually create high quality live streams?
Tonight, Fox 13 News has confirmed another new development in the case of missing 22-year-old Gabby Petito. We've reported the last place Gabby was seen alive was at a Salt Lake City hotel on August 24th. We can now tell you a family spokesperson says it was the Fairfield Inn and Suites on Admiral Byrd Road,
We know that.
just west of the Salt Lake City International Airport.
That's right. Fox 13 News
Let me
did
just
go
pull-
to the hotel this evening where
I actually was at this hotel too. She actually ate at the Perkins attached to the hotel. Let me see if I can find that actual altercation. Okay, I don't see it on this one. I'll have to look for it. It is out there somewhere. I just because I've seen it, but I don't know where it is. I may have to reach out to Olivia because she does the majority of all of our videos, especially at that time. At that time in the work that we did.
Y'all wouldn't want to post that?
We didn't have it. It's not our copyrighted stuff. We didn't have that information. And when we first, to be honest with you, it may be posted, but when we first started down this road, we were on TikTok. I've only been on this platform, the YouTube platform, about 9 months. I'm just here from TikTok. I'm still learning how to use YouTube, as a matter of fact. So
I don't, just to answer this, in the chat, I think this case rubbed off Ryan wrong. Yeah, man, I have, like 3 jobs. I'm an entertainer. I own a real estate company, and I build houses for a living. I don't have to sit here, dude. I can retire like 3 years ago.
And I think that's what people don't understand is like, this really is kind of almost a labor of love for you. Like this is something that you enjoy following and helping with. I mean, for me, as horrible and despicable as the work is, it's something I enjoy and I have a passion for it. Especially going out. I'm not really one that sits behind the keyboard. I like being out in the field.
I don't understand how I'm being rude. I'm just sitting here answering questions.
Guys, first of all, Ryan Upchurch has been nothing but courteous and respectful here.
She's been great too.
So I don't, and I told you, and for my mods in here, again, we have a zero tolerance policy for disrespectful, especially to creators and especially to guests on my show. This is my house, so please be respectful while in my house. And I'm sorry, for the backlash. I understand it, but you have to know that coming up with statements like this is going to make people talk. Like, we're
coming up with them. What do you mean?
Well, you know what I'm saying? Coming out. Maybe I should say coming out with statements like this. Coming out.
Oh yeah.
There's you have to expect that there's going to be people that are like, not yay, and then the ones that are on the fence. I mean, you have to know that this was going to be mind blowing, and many of us were going to take a position.
Yeah, but you got to have somebody on here that doesn't care though too, because a lot of these people get on here and they search for something crazy to say, and and plus it doesn't really bother me because I'm simply looking at what we are provided, and when I see what I see, and I just say, okay, well, here's what it is to me by what I'm looking at. I have no ulterior motive. Like I don't make money off YouTube or nothing like that, so, and I don't have any reason to say something I don't believe, So
I found this. This is Kiely Rodni. This is just
imagine this.
Something that I
Savage
found
hits you up
just
and he's
now.
looking for a beat. Imagine having royalty-free drag and drop melodies like this.
Hey guys, welcome to
Oh,
my
that's-
channel. So I was doing a
So
little
here,
research.
you don't think that. Very talented.
What's that?
I said she's very talented. You don't think this is her?
It could be, but there's no indication it is though.
It says Kiely Rodni singing and playing guitar with her grandfather. This has been even the news received some videos that her grandfather released to the news of her singing and playing her instruments.
But also that guy that's standing right there to the left.
This is her grandfather?
Mm-hmm. If you look up pictures of her grandfather, it's also the dad on a TikTok to another girl named Kiely. That's what I actually found.
Yeah, because I got that photo and there is a blonde in that photo that we did not identify, but the kids in the back of that car we've identified and went through their entire Instagram page and have confirmed that they are the two girls in the back of that car. There was a total of 5 girls. There was 2 in a little, let me go back here so you can see my face.
No, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, you're right. But look at the girl on the flip side picture.
Yeah, the one up at the top. Now, I believe that could be because we did hear that was the girl that has a problem with one of the girls in the car now. They were friends that night, but something happened and they're no longer friends. But I don't remember her name. And you may be right. It could have very well been.
No, you can look it up right now. She has a whole page of videos.
Okay, and what's her name?
On TikTok, it's Kiely.
Hold on, I'm not here yet. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I typed slow.
see, look, this is someone who wants to look up something like, and when you do see this, you're like,
sorry. Hold on, wait. Sorry. Go
see,
ahead.
this is someone who's open to look up what I'm talking about, dude. Everybody else wants to just yell. That's why I'm not yelling on here.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I got no problem with you. I'm just trying to understand,
Yeah. Oh, I got you, dude. It's complex.
Yeah. Okay. So what's her name?
Okay, so it's at Kiely RO and then 4 S's.
Okay, got it. I got it here. So, yeah, and I think that does look like the girl at the top. Curious. So, okay, so I'm here.
Did she change her entire
Oh, I'm not
video
in there.
log?
Oh, I see what I did. I need to go
Oh.
to her actual account. Sorry. I was like,
I was like, what?
There it
Oh, she made it private.
Everything's private now.
Well, it's okay. I have I can send it to you. What's your Instagram?
Bullhorn Betty. It should be at Bullhorn Betty. What is my Instagram? I got TikTok. What is my? Yeah, I think mine's Bullhorn Betty.
I can send it to you. Look, if you want, you don't have to. If you don't want to, this is your house, like you said. There's a very small clip that I put on my YouTube channel not too long ago. As soon as I did, Kiely Rodni's page on Instagram that's been promoted this entire time, all the posts were taken off. And guess what? The Jagger dude made a new Kiely Instagram. And Evil Exist posted it this 7 hours ago.
Yeah.
And it matches Kiely with a K to Kiely with the C. And it also shows that the grandfather to Kiely with the K and the grandfather and the dad to Kiely with the C are the same person. They are just 7 years in difference in pictures. See, that's the thing with this case. The reason that it's so confusing is because people are using 7-year-old pictures, and I can prove it because
you can tell some of the photos are
yeah. Every song that they're playing in these videos, none of the songs are from any time recent. They're all from 4 years backwards. There's no songs from 4 years backwards to forwards present.
Yeah, there's but you know what, I don't know, because even like my accounts now that I'm been on here and stuff like that, I lock them down because of the trolls, them tearing me apart and tearing my whole life apart and reaching out to people they should not be reaching out to and everything like that. But they don't these kids out here don't have that problem. Like they're not, they're trying to have normal lives. So I don't know, that is kind of odd, about these. I think we have brought that up quite a lot throughout this whole entire case since it started, which hasn't been very long. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, a homicide or the type of investigation like this goes on for, quite a long time, but we've had a lot of stuff happen in such a short amount of time. But I don't know. There's always been a lack of photos. I can agree, hands down. There's been a lack of photos, been a lack of videos. It's been taking, it's almost like pulling teeth to get this. And I'm telling you, if I could tell you that it takes us hours upon hours upon hours upon hours of doing this, doing that, just to get to one person that may be connected to this case, just to get a little scintilla of information that can help us decide, it's been very difficult. I can agree with you on that.
Oh, yeah. Dude, did you see the picture that was shared everywhere that was one of the main pictures? When you zoom in on her teeth, it is 2 sets of teeth edited together, and the lines on the teeth are uneven.
Oh, it looked like to me like there was some gum issue.
Big time. Yeah. And in the front, it's they cut it in half, so they tried to match her canine. It didn't work.
I'll have to go back. I know exactly what picture you're talking about. It's the one where she's like kind of like this, and she's got that flower or floral like.
Did you notice how that picture was re-uploaded, and it was fakely put up, said FBI at the bottom, and the part where she's moving her arm, they blacked it all out. If you find the unblacked one, the reason they blacked it out is because the original one, if you zoom in, you can see where they cut somebody's face out and stuck it on there, because what they do is they try to blend it in, and they forgot to do the blending process.
Do you think that could be, because, you know, we deal with so many people out here that are trolls, and like even with Gabby Petito, you know, they were showing hands popping out of, you know, underground, and, you know,
They were showing what?
Like they were trying to say that in the back of the yard they could see a hand coming out of the ground, that they think there's an underground bunker at that house, you know, in Northport and stuff like that. But we knew it was photoshopped. It was lightly photoshopped, but you could tell it was photoshopped.
Good luck building a basement underground in the Florida where they're at.
Yeah, there's no way. We have so much water here. You dig down 3-4 feet, you're in water.
You have cabbage grass.
Yeah. So it was just odd. But, you know, do you think it's like law enforcement, or do you think it's like these people that are malicious online trying to, you know, thwart people like us that are following true crime so they can later make fun of us and said, ha ha ha, you know, we trolled her.
I'm so sorry. My apologies. Do I think AWP is a conspiracy? No, man. AWP is the one who said, hey, this is suspicious.
And you have a good working relationship with AWP, from my understanding. Is that correct?
I do not.
Okay. So there's some things.
They're cool though. I like those guys.
Yeah. Gotcha.
They're really, really intelligent. You could tell in the tow truck video, the guy slips up twice.
Yeah, I wasn't confident with the tow truck driver, you know, regardless, because it almost seems like the one piece that just doesn't make sense in the whole thing. I mean, I understand your position with the behind the scenes work you're doing about this stuff, but just on the storyline itself, where this child, you know, everything seemed like it was right around Prosser, you know, the time that she showed up, where they were partying, the last ping of her phone, all the one thing that's out of place with this entire story is the Boca Reservoir, her being over there the next day. That really, it's the one piece that just, to me, doesn't make sense with what we're seeing. But and I know you've got more, but for me, that's it just doesn't make sense.
Oh no, yeah, it definitely don't. They that was them pointing them in the wrong direction, probably. Because if the tow truck was already over there, that means something was done with the tow truck. And if they didn't tow her car, why was the tow truck there? Because it was having to leave from doing what it did, whatever that was, during those night hours. And then that meets up at 11 o'clock. And yeah, that just don't add up.
There's another thing I wanted to show you. There was also another gentleman, which I found it quite odd. When Jagger and Kate were searching, remember we all thought it was awfully odd that they went to Reno. They took the news, at least for me. You know, they took the news organization to Reno, or like, why are they searching in Reno for Kiely? Well, we knew in the interview on Fox 40 was with Kate and Jagger, but there was a third person with them out there.
Or was it the cameraman?
Yeah, something. It was, but it was somebody, and I believe it was that it was a guy by the name of Nate that was with him. But he did not want to give his name to news. He did not want to go on camera. He was really just, the only reason why he was caught is because he just happened to be walking behind them as they brought the camera around, and he was photographed. I thought that was odd. Like, you have all these people getting in front of news media, begging for their friend to be returned home. And then you got this guy out there searching specifically with, and this is the odd thing. Remember, the tow truck driver talked about a guy with an SF hat that had brown hair coming out from under it. This also matches the description of that third person that they were with.
I think he was too specific.
Yeah.
Way too specific.
Yeah, because what did you do yesterday? You probably can't even remember what you ate for lunch yesterday.
Oh, I'm a freak. I remember everything.
Do you? I can't. Like, I can't. I like, even last night when I was right before I was going to bed, I was like, did I eat today? Like, I can't even remember. And then this guy is like weeks later, and he's describing this whole entire thing with such specificity and clarity, but he can't give you, information. Like, he didn't really talk about the make, model, style of the car, the license plate, the phone number that he called. Now, maybe Adventures with Purpose have that information. I corroborate information that I don't put out on YouTube all the time. Maybe they have it. I just, like you with Kiely, I haven't seen it.
That's the thing. What? No, that dude's not short. He said he was almost 6 foot tall, 6'1".
Yeah, because he was shorter than me, and I'm 6'3", but he brought his hand almost down to about his chin when he said that, when he made that statement.
Yeah, so, and that's it's just and also the dispatch. If you notice in the AWP interview, when he's questioned about the dispatch, they both look at each other, the AWP guys, and then look directly back at him. I know if you follow crime stuff, I know you know what that look was.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when the guy started putting his hands in his pockets and guarding his front area and tucking his chin down to protect.
I didn't even pay attention to those body language indicators, but yeah.
Lots of guarding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So I've got a few people that have questions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Is it okay that they come up here and maybe ask you some questions? Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Paceless Jones, if you could show me your face behind the and then you can turn it back off and I'll bring you forward. Okay. Go ahead and turn your camera off. Okay, Mr. Jones. Good morning. It's nice to see you. What do you have to? Do you have a question for Ryan or just a statement?
I just have a statement, basically. I think that Ryan was dead on when he first started this whole thing, and he went on Ickmel's channel. And I feel like I've said this, and everyone thinks I'm a troll, but I believe it was an accident. Team accident all the way. I think that she has crappy so-called friends. She made a really bad decision. She could have even been impaired when she made that decision, which makes it even more plausible that she made that decision. Anyways, to get with it, then I feel like Ronnie called in to Ickmel. Ryan called in. It blew up. They're like, okay, we're going to milk this for all we can for clicks and views. And then the next guy's like, we're going to do it to the police department. It's like, look, we spent all this money, $500,000. Next year, they're going to get more funding because they're going to have to allocate more funds to that. All the policemen got all the overtime. And then you just keep on going. They keep throwing stories in here. Like he was saying, dead ends here, dead ends there, because it's just bull crap stories are piling on. And I don't feel there could be like Ickmel, Xana May, and Ronnie all involved together. But then the police aren't involved in that. They're just getting overtime for their people. Mm-hmm. Then you got other YouTubers that are like, oh,
what if there is police involved?
Well, there could be. Yeah, no, there could be. Honestly, there could be all these people involved. But I'm saying it's different groups, and they're all jumping on trying to get their little piece of the money in the pie is what they're doing. I mean, it's so obvious. And I'm not saying anything, but YouTube is like that. People think, oh my, it is so huge. It's not. No one I know knows about this case. Like if they're not on YouTube, they're looking at me like I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? And the other thing, and a lot of people get mad at me because when I say about AWP talking out of the side of their mouth, because they're like, we're the best. We do this for a living. But they let some random dude come in there and redirect where they're going to look for that little girl when they first got there. They didn't get there to the second day because that dude came out of nowhere and said, oh, no, I have this plausible story. And when you look at the video they did with that guy, they mislead, they embellished, we'll say, everything. So they're like, oh, you went there to meet the girl and see the car. And he's like, yeah. He didn't say it was a silver CRB. And then
He didn't describe it at all.
Yeah, they show a picture of the CRB. They're like, I
Right.
saw a girl out there. Then they show a picture of Kiely. You know, it was all suggestive stuff, man. And I'm telling you, everybody's doing it. You can't blame them because they need money. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. They're doing great stuff. They're not the only ones doing this.
Right. I can attest to
There's many
that.
people out there doing search and rescue. I'm from Florida too. I'm from the Tampa Bay area like you. But and there's a search and rescue here. And a friend of mine or a person I worked with was all into the search and rescue thing. And the problem came where the guy who started it wanted control of everything. Don't look that way. Do it this way. And it became a problem and they disbanded it. But towards the end, it was all volunteers. But towards the end, they were getting grants from the police department, you know, money back for that stuff. So there is money that is made for that. And granted, yeah, who doesn't want to do what they love and get paid for it, you know?
Exactly. Yeah.
Granted, but I feel like they were wrong. They should have waited longer. They wanted to push out. We found the car on Kiely right away.
They did find the car.
I think they could have done it without the tow truck driver, though, because again, it just
No, because they're sensationalizing. They're making it was for clicks and views. They were like, you know, granted they found her. Yeah, that's great and all. But
Yeah,
I
but the
feel like
tow
she
truck
would have
guy
been
came
found.
up to them, though,
yeah,
dude.
the tow truck driver came up to them and
Well,
and
I know
told them
he's a
about the
long time
story.
supporter and subscriber is what they said too at the beginning of the video. So I mean, it's just so random that they used it. They may not know that guy. They may not say, "Hey, we brought this guy in to make this video and to do that," but they deviated from their normal protocol. They're the best. They say it every freaking time. We're the
Exactly.
best.
That's why they did what they did, bro.
And they
If someone
deviated.
comes out of
Why?
nowhere and says, "Hey, I know stuff about this girl," they're going to be like, "What the hell's this guy talking about?" Both those guys were in the military. They know how to pick up on when somebody's bullshitting. Why? Because they're pretty damn good at psychology, depending on what their ranking is, what they've been, where they've done, who they worked with, which a lot of them guys work with the CIA when they're overseas, and they have to know this stuff. So when someone does pull up like that, claiming to know information, they are going to talk to them to get them to talk to say information that they might not have known before they could pass on to the police, since they do work with the police.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. They all the crap they talk and they deviate from their normal protocol. The last thing they heard, she partied at the reservoir. Her phone pinged right next to the water. That, I mean, hello, you're a search and rescue water person. You're not going to go there, and you say you go there every time. That's what they do. That's their protocol. And for some random dude to come in, and I don't care how good of a story it was, it doesn't matter. You would say yes. You would file that under yes. We would do that, but you're going to go to the first place and look. And I feel with all the droughts
They're
out there,
wanting that. That's not the. I understand that, but here's the thing: if you're going to catch a criminal, you have to work from the outside in. They started at the outside lakes and worked their way in.
But they would.
And not only that, but we also
them
have to
straight
take,
up.
hold on, Jones. This is another thing. We also have to take into consideration that they have never worked an active case before. This is an active case. This was their very first. All their cases that they've done in the past have been 20 or 30 years old. I mean, something, decades old cases that they don't really get a whole lot of, media following them around. Like here, they were kind of, in my opinion, a little bit of like fish out of water in a sense, because they were working an active crime scene and they're not wanting to step on the toes of law enforcement. And that was my understanding as to what made them kind of look at those outer lakes first. It was out of respect.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. They deviated from their normal protocol, like they always say that they do. The last king was there. I live in Florida, like I said. I didn't find that out till like 4 or 5 days after this happened. The first thing I heard was she was at a party here and her phone pinged right next to the water. I mean, hello. and they didn't close down the waterway or nothing. They didn't close down any of that when they were searching or anything.
I'm
I
pretty
mean, that
sure
doesn't
they
make
did,
no
but they
sense.
did their searches. Law enforcement did their searches,
They
my
said they
understanding,
did.
weeks earlier out there than when Adventures with Purpose came out there. And we still have to take into consideration that, again, this was a situation that they had never been in. And sometimes you've got to adjust, you know, like if you have a protocol that you take when situations are XYZ and you have a situation that's A, B, and C, you've got to be able to adjust your abilities to work around A, B, and C as opposed to XYZ.
No, I understand that somewhat, but like I said, the way they talk, this is what we do. We do it
Can I
better
ask
than
you something,
everyone.
Jones?
We do it the same time, you know, every time. And then they deviated for some random guy, man. I mean,
Hey, Jones, can I ask you something?
Yeah, sure.
What does it matter? They found the car.
Well, I'm just saying, like when you look at the video, they're embellishing just like the other people. You know, look, why not wait a few weeks and let the reward money go up? Let Ryan put up his Hellcat.
Because they're
and then
not
we're gonna
about
come
money, man.
They never closed down the thing.
Yeah, no, I don't think that. Yeah, I agree with Ryan on this. I don't think it's a money thing for them because again,
It's
they
a money
turned
thing
down.
for everyone. Is
Not
what I'm
necessarily.
saying.
I mean, we like to make money. For me, I would like to make money, but there's months that I go here where I barely have enough money just to make my bills. It doesn't stop me from doing the job that I do and doing
Because
the
you
job
love it.
well.
Because you love doing it.
Yeah.
Well, how did we go from everything's about a GoFundMe and making money, and then when I mentioned everyone else is trying to make money off this, it's not
Well,
right.
because I
mean, that doesn't
think
make sense.
Ryan's thing was it's other people. Adventures with Purpose didn't set up any of the GoFundMes. They're not, you know. I think he's referring
They
to.
don't have
I shouldn't speak for you, Ryan. You answer that.
Oh no, you actually, yeah, no, you're right.
Well,
Yeah,
they don't
that's
have
what I
to
think
set it
too.
up. They would make more money by not doing that. Is all I'm
What is
saying,
with the
man.
money though? I don't understand what you're saying. The car was found. The cops didn't find it. They found it. What's the issue?
The issue is the video that they did, and they deviated from their plan. Initially, they would have found the car like that day if they would have went out there and did the ping. But instead, they
ending
went for
result would be the same.
this false guy. Anyways, it doesn't matter with AWP. They may or may not be involved. Like I said, I don't think
They're
Ickmill was
definitely
involved
not
initially. But
involved.
when Ronnie came in and said that, and then Ryan got involved, everyone's thinking, "Oh man, this is great for clicks and views. This is great for that and everything." That's why everyone's covering this thing. It's the same with everything. It could be a big conspiracy where she's fake and all that stuff, but it doesn't mean that all these other people were not jumping on the bandwagon and on the sugar train and trying to get money and exploit this. Is what they're doing, and
Well,
that's
when
what
you consider exploiting, I consider exposure. Like if everybody just stayed away from true crime and didn't bother covering these cases, what's the point? Their faces would not be anywhere because everybody's been ran off YouTube because everybody thinks they're pieces of crap because they follow the rules and have a monetized account while they cover these cases.
Ooh, I like Bullhorn Betty, bro.
But it's not it. But she's like you said, she's already found now. So what's the point? We don't know. We don't know nothing.
I mean,
we
when
know
we go out to
of what's
Summer
going
Wells
on.
case, when we go out to the Summer Wells case, you know, she's still not found, but we still show our searches. We still, you know, we still have Olivia present these big, beautiful productions of our documentaries to go out there to show you the work that we did. Because at the end of the day, it's the people that sponsor us. If I went out there to these things and took people's money to go out here, you know what the haters would say? The haters would say Andrew just took a vacation on the backs of her supporters. If I didn't produce the production, if I didn't produce the videos showing the work that we did, the hours of work, us getting up at 4:30 in the morning and not going to bed until midnight at night, if we didn't show that to our audience, they wouldn't bother sponsoring $1 to help us go to these places to search for these kids.
Well,
so
that's
it's
another
a double-edged
thing.
sword.
Well, that's another thing too. You know, you're playing like everyone gets mad when I say stuff like this, and they're like, you're trolling it. It's not. It's like I'm not going to say, like Ryan says, he's not going to say what everybody wants to hear. But I feel like so many creators are saying or bringing false stories into this saga just because they know people are going to be like, oh my God, just like when Ryan says she's not real, everyone flips the heck out. But everything else, and we love you, but That's a little too far. They
I
know
agree.
that.
They disagree with it though. That they can disagree.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, that's what I'm saying. People know, the creators know not to go too far, and they
But-
know what's going to sell and what's going to get them the money and
That's
get
true,
the viewers and all that stuff.
Yeah,
And
there
that's
are
what I'm
truly
saying.
people out here
Everyone's
on
jumping
YouTube
on
that are all about the money. I mean, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that
No.
there's people that aren't about driving a narrative to pad their pockets. This is YouTube.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying look at that scenario was what I'm saying, and then you can look at like the Ronnie Jones, Ickmill, Xana May thing. You know, she's trying to start a YouTube channel, you know, to get clicks and views. She has some Ukraine family in Ukraine that they're trying to get over here and stuff with another GoFundMe. It was on a regular news channel. I mean, it's all about just getting them exposure and getting them out there. And all you have to do is, and then you side with the masses, and then everyone's like, you're the best, and then you can go from there. Granted, like you're taking that money and doing something, going, you know, feet on the ground and looking for the stuff, and, you know, doing a nice production and doing a documentary about it. Not everybody's doing that. They're just clicking the next story, and this sells, and they know this was going to sell. They knew this was going to sell. They care less if they found a girl. They loved when it was speculation. And like I said, you can have 50 reasonable stories, but it takes, you're like, if this happens, it could be this. If this happens, know what? It could be an accident, and there's no if involved. She could be drunk. She could not be drunk. She could be just an accident. It's an accident. That's why they call it an accident. So
she didn't drive the car from the back seat, fam.
Yeah, that's
the
one thing I like. You had me.
That's the only thing, though. That's the only thing that takes away from the accident thing. But I could, like I said, there's a theory how she got back there. I can tell you right now. She went in about 20 miles an hour. The car started to sink because a couple of the windows were down, and it did the front. It didn't do a front flip. It did a kind of a roll. The last air pocket is in the back of the car, because the back of the car is still up in the air a little more than the front as it's sinking. Even if it did a roll, it's still nose
once
first.
the roll happened, she'd have had to swim on the
dude, have you ever seen the videos of these people, like the news people or whoever, that try to do this with air mask on? You hit the water, it's pitch black at night. You don't know what's going on. And like I heard another person the other day, I don't know if it was on here on Dolly's show, but they talked about surfing. If you're surfing, you ever get knocked off the wave and pushed under and hit the ground, you're like, you don't know which way is up sometimes if it's that deep out there, you know. And when I did it, I used to surf all the time. You hold your breath and you start to float up. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that happens. And if she was impaired at all, you throw everything out the window. Your mind is gone. There's no way that you could say, hey, I practiced this.
Yeah, there's no way there's no model that can prove to me that a person can go from the front of that car at the driver's seat to the very back to the trunk portion of their car with the car upside down. They would have been floating on the floor where everything's attached to the car.
That's what everyone's saying.
Fell asleep back there, or she was placed back there. Something bad happened to that little girl, whoever that little girl may be. But something bad happened to her, and we need to find out what.
Well, that would be, I mean, honestly, okay, this is my rebuttal for this whole being the back thing. Why would someone push her in the back of the car? You would seatbelt her in the front seat, make it look like she was driving at the very least. That blows everyone's theory about this not being an accident out of the water with her being back there like that. Because why would you do that?
Propose that a child, a 16-year-old child that's not almost 6 foot tall, 5'9", can go from the front seat to the back seat underwater with the car flipping. I'm curious how you
because
think.
the air is in the back of the car as it's sinking, as it's filling up with water. The water's rushing in the window. You think a 110-pound girl is going to be able to push against that water out the window?
No, but I guarantee that the water's not going to push her clean from the front to the back.
But she's battling, trying to get out the window or trying to do something. The last air pocket is there. It's so reasonable. That's what blows my mind. And if someone
on the floor.
But if you're going to you're making these people seem like they're geniuses and all this stuff. They wouldn't put her in the back and they push her in the thing.
They would strap her in the front seat to make it look like she drove herself into the lake. If they were geniuses, that's what they would have done. They were definitely not geniuses. I agree with you 100% there.
Well, yeah, why wouldn't they do it? It makes no sense. The only logical explanation that I heard someone say about this that would make me believe that it wasn't an accident and that she was back there when the car went in the lake is if Other people were driving the car and they wrecked into the lake and she was messed up, passed out in the back. And then they all jumped out of the car and she didn't get out. That would be the only plausible reason that she would be back there if people, because
you do understand
had any bit of time, and these people are talking.
That's still homicide.
Well, I know that.
That's still manslaughter. That's still vehicular homicide. No matter how you flip it, somebody killed that girl.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That would be the only reason that I would say that it wouldn't be an accident, would be that reason. And like I said, I could tell you, I have a little car like that too, where that little SUV where the roof is low. I've been camping 100 times. I crawled through the back 100 times. And I'm a
without
big boy,
water
man.
flooding in. I mean, you know, I think that I think you're kind of onto something, but I think you have it just slightly off, just a little bit though. But anyways, Jones, I appreciate you coming on. I've got people all up in the backstage, and just would like to get a few more. I know Ryan's time is very valuable, so I want to get through these.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, have a great day.
Thank you so much. That was actually a good conversation. You know, I don't mind the open debate of these thoughts, but you know, I'm not sure how. I have went through this over and over again, and I can't in my mind justify how that child got back there. I just can't.
You know, it's crazy. It's so funny you say that. So I went and bought a 2003 Honda CRV the other day because I was getting irritated, and I said, dude, I'm going to get a forklift and I'm going to tip this over into my pool upside down, and I'm going to put on my scuba gear, and I'm going to show you guys how difficult it is to get through there. But
it's difficult, even for a thinner girl, that clearance. I mean, Olivia and I went back to my SUV when we were watching the video, and that's when we were like, holy crap, he's at this window. This is the trunk of the car.
Yeah.
Like, this is the cargo area of the car she's at. And we're looking at it. I remember that look. Her and I both had goosebumps together, and it's like, there's no way. There's no way. I was the one that believed, just like Jones, that this was purely 100% an accident. And I'm telling you, their information, no possibility in my mind now.
Facts. I'm with you on that.
No possibility in my mind. So I'm going to bring Bruce. I'm going to go ahead and bring you up. Can you show me your face? Thank you. You can go ahead and kill your camera. All right. So I'm going to have to limit this to about 3 minutes. So if you've got a statement or a question for Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, I do. Hey, Ryan, I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. I talked to you last night on another.
I knew your face looked familiar.
Yeah. What's up, man?
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Skins? Hey, so anyways, you know, I looked up after what Ryan has revealed. I kind of did my own little sleuthing. I'm obviously an amateur, but the money trail, to me, if you look up Kiely's grandfather / father, whatever, you'll find the Lost Trail Lodge or whatever. I mean, Ryan's already capped on that, and a few other people. But then if you scroll down, what you do is you find the videos, not the pictures, and you scroll all the way back to the beginning, to the first one, which was 243 weeks ago. Is
was
what
it
it
with snow
says.
on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Or even before, maybe it's before.
Oh
that
no,
one.
yeah, I know where you're going. Keep going. You're good.
Okay. Yeah. So, and I sent you the link of the pictures I found. But anyways, when you look at the comments, you'll find a person. I'm not going to say their name, but you look. There's only 2 comments at that when I looked at it last night at about 3 a.m. But there was only 2 comments, and I go to that person's page, and then I find that they're kind of like known that family, whoever they are, for a long, long time. Well, she puts up pictures, which I put the link in there to you in the private chat if you can see it, Bullhorn Betty.
Oh wow, I didn't. I forget about my private chat. It looks like there was a whole conversation going on back here.
Wow.
I didn't even see it.
But anyways, the pictures that she put on have never been seen. I have never seen them. The pictures that she has on her page are of Kiely growing up as a baby. And the cool one is the first one has braces. But if you look at the older pictures, it kind of looks like Kiely as a baby, and then it grows up and it changes into, in my opinion, though, this is only my opinion, then it changes into Kiely. But I mean, you'll have to look at them for yourself.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. And so it's pretty interesting. But the
How did
question.
you find this page? I never even seen this.
Yeah, you just all you had to do is just kind of look into what you were telling me. I mean, I used the grandfather father thing to kind of look into him.
Oh my. Oh my.
So you can check those
dude, I
out,
think you
everybody.
found something pretty important. Whoa.
But the thing is, now anything can be edited. So I'm like you. I kind of like always have an open mind. And
Right.
Bullhorn, Betty, you are awesome too. No wonder Ryan is on your
I was very
show.
blessed with Brian. I was trying to, to say my position, but try to do it so respectfully. You gotta try. You don't want to hurt feelings, but you want to also be expressive as well. Look at that.
Oh no, I like how tough you are though, because you're tough and you have sense and you're willing to hear somebody.
Yeah.
Correct.
And that's hard in this community. I'm coming to find out.
Yeah, it is.
But
I didn't always do it perfectly either. I was a hot mess when I first came out on YouTube. I got to be honest with you.
Ain't no problem with that.
No. And through this, I've also found there is more than one GoFundMe. I don't think we should be, in my opinion now, I don't think we should be stuck on just GoFundMe. See, there's more than that. There's a reward for $50,000. Let's talk about that reward. That reward is going to Kiely's mom, is what I've heard. Now, I could be wrong, but this is kind of what I've heard instead of AWP. So if that 50,000 or the GoFundMe is being given to the mother, why is that? I mean, of course we want the mother of a lost child to get money. This is not what this is about. It's just, why didn't the reward says to any information to find that, Kiely, and they found her. Yeah. So that's where I get kind of confused about what this money trail is. It ties to the media, it ties to politics. And then we are just to help with this situation. Ryan has
just to let you know, I need you to wrap that up. We got other people I've got to bring up here. I hate
to it, but I'm sorry. Okay, but anyways, I just, like I said, I mean, there's a lot of questions to be asked.
Dude, thank you for showing me that greatest table.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Yeah, that was really good. I appreciate it, Bruce. Thanks so much.
Hey, y'all have a great day. Thank you so much for both of you,
buddy.
And
oh, sorry, I didn't mean. I knocked him off too quick. I'm sorry, Bruce. I didn't mean to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through these now, guys. We're going to keep it to 3 minutes. I know Ryan's time is valuable. I don't want to keep him here longer than he has. He's got a lot.
Oh, you're good. It's Sunday. Just tell me when to get out, and I will.
Then you can stay all day. I'll hang out with you and drink coffee with you the rest of the day. No.
Bro, you trying to investigate some shit? I'm down.
All right, Ruby, I'm going to bring you forward. Okay.
Hey, Andra. Hey, Ryan. My 10-year-old granddaughter is a big, big fan of yours.
Oh, tell her I said thank you.
I will. Her and my daughter have heard me, talk about you, kind of coming in the true crime community and talking about, a few cases like Summer and whatnot. But yeah, she's a big fan of yours. My question is about the Ronnie Jones guy. And you said you found in a yearbook that his name is Milo.
No. So remember the Ronnie Jones Instagram?
I didn't see that.
Okay, so there was a Ronnie Jones Instagram that popped up that had the only picture on it, and the only profile picture was a tag plate. And then when I ran the tag plate, it was like a bogus tag plate. It had so every day the car was relisted for sale, sometimes twice a day, by different dealerships in Sacramento. And then when I started mentioning it, I got a random call one night from Instagram it started on Discord, and this guy was like, I need you to call me. So I was like, what the heck? So I ended up calling him with my protected phone, and I got him to show his face. So I got to screenshot his face, and I got that his name was Milo or Miro. And then when Ronnie Jones deleted all the stuff on his Instagram to get rid of it, it went back to the default name, which was Myro. And I was like, oh no, here we go. Because he already told me too much stuff about Truckee. So I had somebody go through and look at all the yearbooks in those middle schools and high schools, and they found Ronnie Jones with Miro's face. But it's so crazy. So everyone who has come into the picture to like detour people, here's how it's confusing. They're using on social media old, I can't really say old. It's real dire. Your body's real dire from like, age 12 to say 20. Like you totally change, right? Your voice changes, the way your shape changes. You either get fatter or skinnier or whatever it is. You get tattoos. So all these in particular players surrounding this case, I'm finding these people, but it's pictures from 4 to 7 years ago. So they look totally different until you put them right beside each other. Then it's like, oh crap. Just like last night, Zav girl got hacked while we were on there, and she let this one chick in, and the chick's profile popped up in the panel twice. And I was like, whoa. And then I heard her say, hang on, let me open my other browser. And I was like, Zav, I was like, I was thinking in my head, I was like, something weird about to happen. Well, then Zav's computer started going nuts, and it froze, and it kicked her out of her own panel, but kept her panel open. So I got out of there, and I was like, wait a minute. And I went back and looked through the video, and the girl who was claiming to be a psychologist, whose profile popped up twice, who accidentally said, oh, let me open my other browser. I took her face and went back to the Kiely with the C's TikTok, and I matched her face with someone from 4 to 7 years prior, and it matched up. So now you got Myro matching up 4 to 7 years prior. You got the girl last night who was on Zav stuff getting mad at everybody, matched up. You got Kiely matched up. Then you got Zanime matched up with older pictures from a different Facebook with these other key players like Myro. So I was like, oh crap, they created the Ronnie Jones character. And then that's when I went back to the yearbook and found the yearbook thing, and I was like, holy crap, that's crazy. So
well, the reason why I was asking about him is because I thought that this Ronnie character was the guy who brought the cocaine to the party.
Yeah. So they put, and this is where I think it's totally messed up.
And I know a guy who is a drug dealer. I mean, I know people of all shapes, sizes, colors, and from here to there. But his real name is Steven. But his alias drug dealer name is Mike Jones. So
Mike Jones.
Ronnie Jones, Mike Jones, Ronnie Jones. I'm sure there's a million people in the world that have that name.
Yeah,
well, there's
Jones
actually a
is
really
too
big
common.
rapper who had that name too.
Yeah. Well, Rick Ross took his name from Freeway Rick Ross. So.
Oh shit.
All right, Ruby, let me go. I got some people in there. Is there any other questions you may have, or Ryan, do you have
No, just I'm very, very skeptical about the tow truck driver, because if he really did go to that place and give her a battery jump or whatever he did,
it was just odd too.
If that really was Kiely, Kiely.
Yeah, we went out there and you can crank your car in neutral, just put your foot on the the brake. And
because
the issue was it just seems odd.
Yeah, well, my neutral safety switch is going bad, and I've got to get it replaced. And so sometimes I do have to start my car in neutral. But if it really was Kiely and some guy, then at this place that he went and serviced her vehicle, whatever he did, then from there someone would have had to driven the car to Prosser Lake, and then the car went in.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're still looking at, I'm sorry, murder. I really believe that we're still looking at a deliberate act. But thanks for having me on, and Ryan, you have a good day.
Yes, ma'am. You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, who do we have coming up next? Patrick Jones. If you want to stay on the phone, you can. If you don't, then now would be a good time to stop your camera. Hi, Patrick.
Hey, how's it going, guys? What's up, Ryan? Longtime friend, follower.
Appreciate it, brother.
So I was actually on your Twitch stream. I think it was a week ago. When you were talking about the party and everybody, and I made the comment, what would you think if she wasn't drugged with cocaine but the fentanyl, with this new fentanyl that is supposedly out in California?
Oh, what do I think?
I was wondering what would you think about that? Do you think if maybe they're trying to cover up that instead of cocaine or some other type of drug, that they're trying to cover up this hardcore drug? And
what I've come to learn over the years, if someone is being suspected of being guilty, most of the time they will yell as loud as they can and point in a different direction if you don't believe them or even insinuate that what they're saying is correct. Now, if you see a lot of YouTubers like Betty has said before, and some people who've been on here a minute ago, that some people have diehard followers who are going to believe whatever they say, no matter if they said an alien picked it up or, a unicorn accidentally ran into somebody, whatever. But what I'm saying is, there's too many people saying very basic stuff. Like if you look at the people surrounding it, like the Ronnie Jones guy and a couple other people, if they were not there and they didn't see anything with their own eyes, why are they talking like they were there and actually speaking with words like they were there, and they seen everything this little girl done apparently, and they're all like, man, dude, all the drugs, all the dump truck loads of drugs, but didn't she graduate at 16 somehow and was doing all this good stuff? And that doesn't sound like somebody who's really going to hang around and you know what I mean?
Exactly. And see, I'm 31 years old, man. I've partied my life. I've partied most of my life, and I can say I've been around a club party that has 200 or 300 people, and shit does go on. And when shit goes south, shit goes south.
Absolutely.
And I can personally vouch and say that it's something odd definitely happened at that party, and more than 3 people know what went on there.
I agree with that.
Is what
I think 4.
Yeah, it definitely
You think
more than 3, because I said that too. I said there was definitely more than 2 people in that vehicle, most likely when it went in that water.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
And you can tell they all put their ideas together to do it because it's all effed up.
And that's what I wanted to talk
that right
about
there shows amateur. It shows there's a lot of people that weren't using their noggin, like possibly drunk teenage or college kids. That's what I did.
Yeah, that.
Well, that's all I wanted to say, guys.
Oh, yes, sir.
I didn't want to waste nobody else's time. I want to just say happy Sunday. Love y'all skins, and
love you, brother.
Hope we can all get this stuff straightened out.
Heck yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right, y'all.
See you, brother.
You were about to say something. What were you going to say?
Yeah. So with people saying for clicks and stuff, I look at people like Tony Dodge, Cinema Shogun. That's videos for views, But when you have people actually sitting here and their back's hurting and they're sitting here trying to understand things. And you see stuff like this anime girl. One, why did she have a video go into Truckee as her first video, or as her third video? The other two videos have nothing to do with crime stuff, and it starts there.
Mm-hmm.
Then you see her there in the water there, and then I was like, yo, lady, the time, the date on your phone, she showed it for like 2 seconds, and she posted it on this day, but the video, the time and date on her iPhone, which we know is not wrong, said a different date. And then when I mentioned that, she deleted it. And when she deleted it, she cut about 1 minute and 12 seconds out of the middle of the video. And then she reposted the video based off what I said, which doesn't make sense because, well, it does make sense, but it doesn't make sense if you're like a big time criminal, because they're making way too many mistakes.
Because they're amateurs. They've probably never done this before.
I think, personally, I think they have done it before,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think anybody really looked that way that had followers or got on here regularly like me and you,
Mm-hmm.
that cover stuff. Now, as time's gone on, and this true crime community is now like a big thing, and there's a lot of people looking at it all the time, that's where they effed up. Because as time goes on, for me anyways, looking at everything and what I have found to be real and what I have found to be fake, it looks like, ironically enough, it looks like a catfishing scheme. But you got to get smarter with the catfishing scheme, because look how easy people were catfished 5 years ago on Facebook versus now. Everyone's like, oh, that's definitely somebody that's trying to get some money.
Yeah.
Well, then you got to make it look a little bit more real, and you got to move to a different platform that doesn't have it that much. And that would be the next place is YouTube, green screens, fake. I know it sounds crazy because like certain words have been like deemed something. So I guess I'll call it untrustworthy news channels that don't really speak that good and have bad editing. You see those people and you're kind of like,
guys, he's not talking about Bullhorn Betty, but you wouldn't know.
but
horrible editing skills. What are you talking about?
No. I mean like bad, like their ears disappearing because the green screen. And you're like, oh, okay. And then when you look at the quality of some of these videos or some of these pictures where the teeth are like so badly put back on, and then you look at stuff like the Kiely girl who had braces, and then you're like, okay, well, maybe this is why the teeth are photoshopped, because the original teeth had braces, which is why it's blurred around the mouth. And a lot of the times on these fake photos from beginners, they use the blurring apps, and when they do specific areas like the crow's feet, and then they do the creases in your forehead, because that eliminates very distinct things that you could
For all those
say is
women
that
out there,
person.
it's called Botox. Just to help you out.
Oh no, I mean like on the, a real criminal with some money would have done that, but but when they're like blurring it, all you got to do is literally put it in Instagram. Turn the structure up about 30%. You can tell if it's a fake photo.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know. See, I believe it or not, I'm kind of like, I'm turning 43 in a few days, and I'm not really techie. You wouldn't know it. You know,
you don't look 43.
I'm telling you, and you wouldn't know it, but I'm not technically inclined. I used to be, but I can work a computer. That's like this, all this social media stuff. If it's not Facebook or YouTube or TikTok, I know nothing about it. Like, I'm just getting into this whole Be Real thing. I don't understand that. I just signed up for
be careful on there.
Yeah, but I wanted to know what the kids are using, you know.
It's unsecured.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. Oh, that's a valid point. I probably should.
Yeah, it's unsecured, and if you go look up the advertisements for it, apparently it's the biggest app in the world.
Wow.
I was like,
Yes, but I don't know any of this. Like even Snapchat. Like my sister's a millennial, and she's always on. I don't understand it, but I'm trying to be hip, so I got Snapchat.
I'm in that same boat with you. I just now learned what YouTube Studios was.
It took me forever.
I remember when we had banners on MySpace and one song in the little thing.
MySpace! Oh my God! I
Yeah, the only thing I used MySpace for, I was 20 something, I was just getting over a bunch of bad stuff in my life. So I was just there and I had to have something to do with my time. So I got on MySpace and we went to battling and all the battles and stuff like that and the chat rooms and everything. It was really coordinated. It was really like, why don't we do that stuff on YouTube? Where's our gang?
Dude, right? Wait, dude, that would be cool. I remember those days.
Man.
ASL.
Yeah. But we used to coordinate attacks on other people's pages and stuff like that. But that was fun because it was a game.
That was fun, man. Social media used to be so much better.
Yeah. Now it's just gotten too
it's
real.
Dangerous.
Yeah, it's too real.
And the reason, that's one of the reasons, I don't mean to interrupt, but that's one of the reasons that this situation is so dire that people like me and you sit here and actually, and like Zav Girl and a couple others, actually look into what are the facts and depict what's real and what's not. And I'll tell you why, because with the new technology that's about to be here, man, this case right here, this Kiely case, could be a turning point in the way law enforcement works. And the reason I say that is, well, one, look at who's been taking over this case. The FBI is now involved in everybody else because they know that technology that's not even out yet exists already. And if you see on TikTok where these 18-year-old dudes are putting a filter on and they can walk around and look like 30-year-old Elvis, and if they know how to ping, if these hackers know how to ping your phone in certain places, what if they put a video of me or you somewhere and know how to ping the phone there? How are you going to say that you weren't there in court?
That's scary. That's some scary stuff right there. Because on social media now, I'm going to get to you, Steph, in just a second. But on social media now, we're already dealing with the doxing and nonsense like that. And guys, that's some danger. That's dangerous stuff. That's dangerous territory because at the end of the day, we don't know who's watching this information. And there are some people out there that are mentally unstable that will hurt people. It's very dangerous, and you could be held liable for that. So just be careful before you do it.
There was 33 people, or about, was it 30? It might have been in the low 20s. High 20s. We had like 20 to 30 people try to get onto my property last year.
That's scary, Ryan. That's scary stuff right there.
Oh man, scary for them.
Yeah, well, it's scary for me because I'm a single. I pack. I got.
You got about to say you got a gun?
Oh yeah, I've been shooting.
Your name's Bullhorn Betty. I know you got a gun.
Yeah, I know. I got a gun. I've been shooting guns since I was 5 years old.
I don't shoot guns.
Yeah, and so I got a concealed weapons permit and everything like that. I'm okay here, but I'm still single, and I've had people approach this house before, and it's scary.
Oh, yeah.
I've got an old neighbor. He's 78 years old. I love the man to death. Man, that guy has a shotgun right by his front door. Like you don't come over here.
Oh yeah, you never know. You could have somebody on here who is really attracted to you. That's like, I wonder where Betty lives.
No, see, that's weird. That's scary weird.
That really happens though.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, but no, scary weird. But I'll make it quick because I only have like two things to really say. One is like, my whole family loves you, Ryan. So that's the first thing. I know that's what everybody says.
Said thank you.
I think you're cool too, and I mean no disrespect.
I hate up church. I'm just saying.
I mean no disrespect to you at all. So don't take me the wrong way, but I just think it's really early for conspiracy theories. What if she is real and like this is salt wound to their parents? That's just my thing. If I was her parents, I'd just be really sad.
But in all fairness, and just let me put this disclaimer out there, I think at this time the parents should not be on social media.
Oh, absolutely not. Like I would hope they're not. They
need to be dealing with
true crime's hard enough for parents, and and I believe in conspiracy theories. Like I believe in deep, weird things that people are like, Steph, you're crazy. No, I'm not. But I just think like you could be right. There could be, you've uncovered a bunch of things like that made people go into like the sheriff. And
yeah, I agree with that.
And that's the thing. Like, at first, that's what I thought at first. I thought, oh, dude, she definitely just drove into the lake on accident.
Right.
But, I live in a very similar terrain as she does. And, when you look at what kind of car it is, It doesn't have a lift kit. It's got stock wheels. It's low to the ground. And then you look at the terrain. The terrain is very odd, especially if she knows the area and knows where she's going. Not only that, where is the phone?
Right. No, I've been asking, where's the phone? And who said, somebody, I read this somewhere on a chat or heard it in another live, that Sammy went home and her sister said that she was in wet clothes.
Really?
So,
yeah, I heard that rumor too, but I didn't take a whole lot of stock in it because there was no corroborating other information. But this was prior to us finding Kiely in that lake. And so now all these things that we kind of chalked up as rumor, I'm starting to explore a little more because, you know, obviously.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out myself.
I'm waiting for the kids to start, or kids. So personally, I think I'm not saying everybody's, you know, terribly older, but I think some people are significantly older than what they're saying.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
That's what raises a red flag to me, because, and the reason I say that is because Sammy's terminology. If I'm a 17-year-old kid, I'm not going to be talking about the other kids at the party saying, oh yeah, they were just, you know, just the teenagers were being teenagers. It's like, you are a teenager. What are you talking about?
No, I thought she was definitely weird, and I don't understand any of that there's a bunch of weird stuff, just like every case in the true crime.
Yeah.
But it's always so weird. But the other theory my old man had last night, we were talking about it, which I was like, wow, that's actually not a bad theory, was he said, because I had said something like, I wonder if they placed the car in after the police searched the lake, because I do find it weird. She was only like 20 feet from the shoreline, 14 feet deep. Like, that's just strange. That water's really clear. But he said he wonders if somebody physically drove that car in there, broke the window or whatever, or rolled it down, whatever, and swam out, and that's why Sammy's clothes were wet.
Possible.
And I was like, whoa, you can be on true crime.
Did you see her bruises?
We heard the information, but nobody has come out and corroborated it. Like, if
I know.
somebody came out to me and said, yes, I also saw Sammy there, wet clothes, we have something. But there was something else. Oh, anyways, Steph, did you have anything else?
No, that was it. And, you know, and I mean no disrespect, Ryan, at all.
Like, oh, dude, none taken.
Cool, because everybody's like, you know, they're with their pitchforks and stuff. If anybody says anything against you,
they're just bored.
I know, we all are. All right, you guys all have a great Sunday. Thanks for letting me up.
You too.
All right.
So I was also thinking about everything at, you know, how it all went at Prosser Lake. Now, I noticed that you have also been frequenting Dolly Vision's channel. Did you watch him when he was kind of doing the replication of his, you know, he had that little toy car, the Ferrari or the Lamborghini.
Oh, what did he do?
He took it, and I'll probably have to pull it up here. Let me just read it. It says, Ryan has valid points. Always follow the money. I would love for Ryan to delve into a case we've been working on. Madison Scott, who went missing from a party at a campsite beside a lake. Wow.
What state was that in?
Yeah,
what state? California.
That's an interesting. I'm interested in that. Like, these lake stories are getting a little more they're just odd. And then I think I got another one. Thank you for the open dialogue with Brian. Oh, actually, that absolutely no problem with that. But getting back to my thing is, you know, that's all he had. He reached down, you know, he has this toy Lamborghini. It's, you know, he wants a Lamborghini one day, so he looks at this Lamborghini every day. But anyways, he picked it up, and we were kind of discussing how the car would have been introduced to the water. And somebody had come up on his panel and said, you know, with the flipping of the car and the way it was pointed, where the back of the car was at the shoreline, because we saw them pulling it out, the ass end of the car was at the shoreline. And so he was trying to figure out how it got into that position. And there was two possibilities. One, it was going into the front way, and as it nosedives, it did a twist onto the side. The other one is that it went out there and went down and went end over end. But if it went to the end over end one, it would prove that the car was actually placed in the water backwards.
Oh yeah, like being rolled off of a flatbed.
Yeah, but backwards, like where the ass went into the body of water before the front of the car went into it. So
Right.
so there is a possibility of it landing the way it landed in both directions, but you know, with that weight on, it's the buoyancy I don't understand. It's the weight of the engine and the buoyancy from the tires that caused the how the flipping occurs underwater. That I think is going to be very interesting in how that car got introduced into that water.
Yeah, facts. I'm with you on that too, because I sat and thought about it forever. Then I went and listened to yes, it's very possible it could have rolled off a flatbed. A flatbed picked it up, silly. Anyway, if you notice where they got the tape. So if you look at the picture, okay, so you know how it's like it's got that little elbow and then it goes like straight in.
Yeah.
It's like drops off. But then
Yeah.
you got like right on this side, like it looks kind of smoother than the rest that goes along the bank. Check this out. What if someone ran the car down the edge, which is why the tape is there. If the car is going and it goes off to the side, if you notice the tag plate in the front is the top two bolts are pulled out a little bit and it's kind of crooked. So when it's going off that ravine, it kind of bottoms out for a minute. When it goes down the side, the water hitting the right side first goes and cocks the wheels, sucks it in. The left side driver window was down and the front was busted out. So as soon as it hits the water, it grabs, it pulls, this window's open more, so it sucks it in.
The water on that side.
And then it goes down at kind of like an angle. And then if you notice, the left, as AWP's riding around, they say, wow, there's a lot of like huge rocks in the bottom of this place, right? What if when it landed, it hit the ground, and when it did, it rolled, which broke the mirror and put the door damage, and then it flipped all the way over and finally
Actually,
settled.
I reviewed the video. The door didn't have damage. The actual mirror that was attached to that driver's side was not hanging off and damaged. I think all of that stuff on that driver's side was done at the excavation when they were bringing it up to the ground.
Ooh. Yeah, that's
why I think it was the turning. You know, they had to kind of blow the car up and turn it underwater. And I think it was when they turned the car underwater, they must have made them. They must have had an error. They must not have taken something into consideration.
Oh wait, they didn't find it all the way flipped over?
No, it was on its roof when they found it. So they underwater actually had to lift it up and turn the car. So
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and so
it broke the mirror off when they picked it up.
Yeah, something happened because I went through that video this morning, and I was actually shocked that the window was intact, the door didn't appear to have damage, and the mirror wasn't hanging off. It was intact. It looked like nothing happened to it.
Oh, so, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been up a long time, kind of.
Yeah, let me pull it up and I'll show you. Let me grab the video real quick and let me find it first. And
okay. So the balloons pulling. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So there was, but I did pause it there. Let me see if it's in my videos. It's got to be somewhere. News clip Jagger. Where's the finding of the car? Not there. So it's going to be in her file.
Oh wow, that's a good point, Mark.
What did he say? I'm looking for something. I can't see
what he said. He said, "Oh no, where'd he go?" Okay. Agostina Guarco says AWP pulls cars the way they are found, or pulls cars out the way they are found. That is true. They do.
Yeah, but they were kicked off. They didn't pull this car out. The FBI did.
Okay.
Yeah. So they as soon as they said they told us as soon as law enforcement put their feet on that pavement, they were all kicked off.
Ooh.
Yeah. So it was all law enforcement from the time they found the car and called it in. It was law enforcement that took over and kicked them off.
Betty.
Yeah.
What do you think happened? I want to know your opinion since you look at this stuff all the time. What do you think happened to the female cop lady? And the reason I'm asking is I'm about to show you something that you're
Which
like,
one?
what?
Are you talking about the spokesperson or the heavier set lady
The
with
spokesperson.
I didn't watch her too much. I actually pulled up a few of the press conferences because I never really paid attention to those press conferences at the gate. I was paying attention to the kids because, quite frankly, law enforcement doesn't tell you anything. So they give you word salad. Let's be honest. That's what they give you.
Hey, that's a good eye though. The kids talk first.
Yeah, the kids talk first. So I wasn't really paying attention to that, but I did see the photo that you found with Xana May and her in it, which made me a little suspicious because it made me wonder why was Xana May out there in that at Prosser Lake, and you even indicated that she may have showed video and photos of a time and place when a different time and place that she's taking on. I'm gonna bring up Troy.
Okay.
Troy, thanks for waiting for me. You're gonna have to unmute. Okay.
Yeah, I just have.
Hold on. Just to answer your question, I don't know what to think about her yet. I haven't.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, I just kind of had one question, I guess, for Ryan was, sorry, my ducks are going crazy back here.
Are they in a row?
That was witty.
Not usually.
Mine either.
But your video last night, you were kind of connecting some faces and stuff like that. And the one thing that I was wondering if you looked into was that Ronnie Jones, that video that you have or that screenshot that you have of him. Doesn't he kind of look like the tow truck driver to you, or have you not looked at that?
Oh, dude, actually, that's a good point. I have not. I'm going to write that down.
Interesting.
And then, I know you talked to him, so I don't know if you had the, the video or whatnot, to maybe compare voices even between the tow truck driver and that guy.
What's funny? It's crazy you mentioned that because as the person that was on Betty's stuff, maybe like 30 minutes ago, they brought up this other Kiely page, and if you go to that page, the guy she's with looks exactly like the tow truck guy. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Here, I'll show you. Check it out. So let me find that Instagram. Oh, here it is right here. So check this out, dude. Doom, 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 doom. Let me find this fella real quick.
All right. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? I had to step away just for a second. Sorry.
Oh, I was somebody. Greta's. Oh, what? Whoa, wait a minute, dude. There's two Greta's stable pages with different people. What? Why is everybody two people?
Well, I hope I'm not two people.
Are you talking about that Greta?
Who's this look like to you?
Or something like that?
Don't think about the Kiely case, but who's that look like to you?
I don't know. I can barely see it. I'm on my screen. Hold on, let me blow this up real quick. Hold on. Skip it right there for a second. Let me see.
Okay.
I can't tell. It's a little blurry.
Oh man, I'm gonna DM you. I'm gonna DM it to you.
Yeah.
Bro, that's scary, y'all.
Who does it look like?
Dude.
Does it look like the spokesperson?
Are you talking about that
Gabby Petito, dude?
Gabby Petito with dark hair?
With brown hair. That's weird. Why does that look like her?
I don't know. I can't see it.
I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
What's your Instagram?
Bullhorn Betty.
That's bizarre.
Everything's tagged as Bullhorn Betty except my Facebook, which I just opened a Bullhorn Betty Facebook account because people. I don't accept any more personal friends on my personal page.
Dude, we gotta go. I want to go back and listen to or see who gave us that info because I didn't even look at that until just now. Andra. Okay. What the heck?
Okay.
I'm gonna put their faces beside each other. Oh, I'm so sorry, Troy. What were you saying, buddy?
Okay, I'm looking at them now. I just got them.
Oh my God! What? No. They can't look that similar.
No, I don't think she looks like Gabby at all. Not at all. Where's my? Yeah, hold on a second. Here's Gabby. Oh, I only got Brian. Yeah, I even posted these things. I still have them. All these I posted up around their neighborhood.
Oh wow.
I've got a lot of stuff here from the Gabby Petito case. I even have the laundry baskets and her life-size thing that was out there.
Well, you got Brian Laundrie's girlfriend's laundry baskets. Holy crap, dude.
No, they were thrown in their yard.
Oh no, I'm just saying, like that's a crazy piece of crime history, dude. That's pretty cool. I mean, I collect weird shit, so I mean, you know.
Yeah, well, it was just one of those things. Well, because that was the one case that kind of just really that was my rabbit hole.
Damn, imagine if Brian's dirty laundry was in it, dude.
No, because we actually put the dirty laundry in it ourselves. We bought new clothes and stepped on them in the front of their yard and threw them in the dirty laundry basket.
Oh shit!
We got the clothes dirty, like they were brand new.
Did you go there with Molly?
Yeah, well, no, we were there for weeks, and Molly came and visited.
What happened to Molly last night, dude?
I didn't watch her because I go to sleep so early that I woke up just to catch you last night by accident. But I didn't see her thing with you. I knew that you were on her channel, but I didn't watch. What happened?
Oh my God, it was bizarre. I don't even know her that well. I
like Molly. She's got a don't mess with me personality, but at the end of the day, under all that rough tough, she's a cream puff. You know, she's sweet at heart. She really does try to help, but you don't cross her.
Yeah, like, dude, I mentioned it. Well, just from like not knowing her, I mentioned some stuff on her page last night, and she kind of like, her and her friend kind of freaked out a little bit, and then they were like, I'm out, I'm done. And then he left and she left.
Yeah.
And then they went to another YouTube channel and was just talking about how they were freaking out about what I knew.
Yeah. There's a lot. I gotta say, you did uncover. You made people really look into this case. I mean, like I said, I feel bad for her family, especially, you know, some of the things that you gotta. I'm a controversial woman, so it's not like I don't go with life without saying controversial or doing controversial things. So I get it. I get it. But you know, at some point, you know, when this does go down, it's just that her not being real, I think, is what is kind of getting. And you know what? People don't know what you know. So and like for me, I'm called a liar almost on a daily basis, and people want me to do the receipts and all this. I don't do that. You either listen to what I say or you don't. If you don't think I'm being truthful, go out and find the answer yourself. You know, if I can find it, you can find it. So the way I kind of deal with it. You know, but this whole nonsense about, oh, you need to show your receipts, you need to expose, you know, 16-year-old girls like the girls in the car. I'm not doing that.
The only way, see, that's the thing. Like, if I don't have personally, like, if I don't have something to back up what I'm saying,
right.
I don't like saying it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, you know, I mean, I do get a lot of flack for it, but I mean, I guess that's what you asked for, you know?
Yeah, but in all fairness, you actually, you don't really provide all the information up front either. You hold some stuff back. You just tell the people about it. And that's what I'm talking about. We, you know, the idea that we have to produce everything to these people out here because we're making a statement, it's not.
Because then they could actually, and that's one of the strategies I use sometimes is not saying something, because not saying something makes other people say stuff all as well.
Yeah.
And
Troy,
as messed up as it is, putting fake information, or not, I don't want to say fake, but if you're talking to I wouldn't put something I knew was bullshit out to everyone, but if I knew one thing was bullshit that this person said that this one didn't, and if I think they're connected, I will say something bogus to the other one to see if they
to trigger them.
To see if they mess up their buddy's story.
Yeah. Yeah, and I get it. Troy, sorry for making you wait so long. How you doing, dear?
Oh, not too bad. Not a big deal. One other thing I thought was a little odd too. When I went on, it would be the Lindsay Neiman. And you go back to her first pictures, I noticed that a bunch of them were taken down. But before they took those down, and the one's still on there, but one of the people that liked on it and commented on it was a woman by the name of Greta Sassine.
Mm-hmm.
And she's Kiely's mom's cousin, but she happens to be an actor of sorts, and she's got 2 YouTube channels with some videos on there, but she also owns or works for a realty company in California there.
Mm-hmm.
And she was a news anchor host of some sort or worked for a news company. I thought that was pretty odd.
Was this a lady that had horses on her Instagram?
I'm not sure about the Instagram. I haven't looked on her Instagram yet.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, her YouTube channel is Greta Soisine, Soisine, I think.
Oh shit! Will you say that one more time for me, buddy?
SOI or SOSINE, Greta Soisine. Okay. And she's got some shorts of some weird, creepy I don't even like a TV show type thing that she was doing. And if you watch some of those videos, I kind of got creeped out a little by that.
You've been finding that creepy stuff too?
What's that?
I said you've been finding the creepy videos too?
Yes.
With barely any subscribers on it?
Yes.
Yeah, dude.
We just found out that Zana may have another channel called FHU Horrific.
Oh, you don't even want to see the other channel. It'll make you sick. You'll be like, oh God.
Yeah.
It's nothing but a bunch of CP links in the comments, and that ain't good.
Yeah. All right. I'm just trying to go through here because we've been talking. I didn't realize there was people that had some questions in here that I've been trying to locate. But if I miss the questions, then I miss the questions. Troy, did you have any other thing? I got several other people in the back chat.
That's all I had.
All right, Troy. Well, thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
How you doing, Ryan? You doing okay?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, just making sure. Angie, I'm bringing you up. If you can show me your face, and then I'll pull you forward. Angie uploaded. Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and turn your camera off. Now, it appears that your device is not connected. I can't bring you to the front studio until you save your permissions, get your permissions for your camera and your volume. You were there, and then whatever you did, you just went off. I'm talking to Angie. So while she figures that out, I'm going to go to Jerome Hicks, or is that a Jerome Hicks? If you want to keep your camera on, keep it on. If you want to turn it off, now would be a good time. Okay. How do you pronounce your name? Okay, Jeremy. Sorry, I butchered it. That's why I wanted to make sure I did it right. So Jeremy, thank you for being here. And what would you like to say? I think you might have froze.
Thanks for having me.
Jeremy, did you freeze?
List dog over. First off, I think I'm working.
Yeah, Jeremy, your connection is really bad. I'm going to put you in the back chat. Maybe you can restart and start it up and see if it'll help. You might want to. I don't know if the bandwidth is there, so I apologize about that. So give me just a few moments, and we'll come back to you. Okay, so addiction recovery, please show me your face.
I love that you do that.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. If you would like to go ahead and put yourself in there you go. Okay. Questions for Ryan?
I just want Ryan to know that I've been watching his videos and keeping up with him, and I think he's spot on with everything that he's uncovered.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that,
he is
bro.
totally spot on. And
what
I think that
resonated the most with Ryan Upchurch?
Do what?
What resonated you the most with Ryan Upchurch?
I'm a big fan of his.
I appreciate that, brother.
But the question is, are you a big fan of Bullhorn Betty? That's the question. No, I'm just joking.
Bullhorn Betty.
You know, I'm a neutral supporter. Is
That's
what
a good
I
thing.
am.
You guys should get together and find summer whales now.
Trust me, we'll be making another trip out there. At least I will. I'm burning up the poor car.
If you need some backup, I'll bring like 100 tattooed up people with me.
We're gonna need them. I wish I would have had them the first time I went up there when BK decided to approach us.
I'll come down and help you find her. I don't.
Yeah, I'd come down and help you find her. I'm 45 minutes away from Rogersville.
Oh yeah. Well, we do searches there every few months.
Hey, on some real stuff. If you ever need some like special ops, like Navy SEALs or Green Berets, let me know. We'll come up there.
Now that I got your contact on Instagram, I'll keep in touch.
Yes, ma'am.
I started with.
Go ahead.
I started following Ryan, you know, with his music first, and then he got into true crime, and I started following him. And then when he got in with this Rodney case, and started comparing all these pictures and everything else, I mean, that blew my mind. I mean, that really blew my mind. And
You know
I think he is spot on. And I think that he is going to blow his case wide open.
Hopefully something needs to break. I feel bad. I mean, I think when we have, like, my little sister is 18 years younger than I am. You know, she was one of those surprise babies.
I got siblings like that too.
Right. So, when I see these cases, especially something like Kiely, it just breaks my heart because I think of my sister, like I can identify, and it's so close to home that it literally gets me nauseous.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
But before I go, Betty, you keep up the good work too.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Addiction Recovery.
You're welcome.
Nice, nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you, Ryan.
You too, Skin.
Thanks. Okay, guys, I'm going to try to get you guys all in here, but there's a lot. So we're probably going to have to kind of limit this. I know some of you guys have been waiting for a while, but we're already up on, like, we're going on 4 hours. So Hannah, how you doing, babe? Hannah?
Oh, Hannah.
Okay. We'll have to move on. All right. And then Cody, we're going to you. Hi, Cody.
Hello.
And then Cody, we're going to you. Oh, you need to have Cody in the background.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, you need to have Cody in the background.
Can you hear me?
What you doing, Elmer?
I haven't been able to get any of this. I was on Zap Girl's thing the other night, and my headphones and stuff haven't worked since then.
Yeah, you're gonna need to turn me down in the background. I can hear the speaker.
You might have 2 windows open. Perfect.
That's good.
Yep. So
See, I can barely hear you guys. I just wanted to ask a couple things. Is there anything like with the purple lights? Is there any link or connection to the street lights that have been popping up all over the country since like the beginning of quarantine?
I'm not sure. The only thing I know about the lights from law enforcement, from the people that I've been talking to with local sheriff's departments. Hold on a second. Thank you, sweetheart. I'll meet you on the front porch in like 15 minutes. What I've learned from law enforcement is the way they explained it to me.
I can't hear you guys.
Can you hear me now? Hello.
Well, I'll let you fix your audio, Cody, and then he'll answer the question, and you can come back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to go back and like watch this.
Okay, thanks, Cody. So, anyways, if you wanted to expound on what he was getting at.
Yes, ma'am. So the law enforcement that I've been giving my information to, because I've been having Placer County sheriffs hit me up telling me to delete certain things, and I talked to my law enforcement and showed them what was going on, and they said that was irregular for them to do that. law enforcement should hit up them and get them to come knock on my door, not be in my comments telling me, "Hey, bro, check your DM."
Yeah, I saw that. I actually pulled it up because I was gonna talk about that. It's like I wonder what they're saying to him. But if you know anything about me, I'm a liberty person and a constitutionalist. So it's like I kind of frown upon law enforcement asking, if they come to you and say, "Hey, this is really bad. I need to kind of just for the time being," something like that, I will accommodate. But somebody coming and saying, "Hey, take this down," it's like, no, I'm not.
I agree with you on that, and that's why I was like, "Yo, what the heck?" I was like, "Why do they want?" Because they DM me and they were like, "That's not our police officer," and I was like, "Well, she's got a police officer outfit with your police officers." So
Right.
it's kind of suspect. But yeah, to elaborate on the lights and stuff, they just said that the weirdos don't like talking in words, essentially, and they signal each other.
Yeah. Candy, or I think I spelled her name, Candace.
It's Candace. Yeah.
You're on with Ryan.
Hi, Mama Betty. Hi, Ryan.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me all right? I'm in my headphones, so I can't really hear nothing.
You're doing great.
Great. All right. So I just have two things I want to just put out there to see what you guys think, like a big brainstorm.
I love your videos, by the way. Sorry.
Thank you. I like yours too, and Miss Betty. All right.
Are you a creator?
I am.
Oh, nice to meet you. I never heard of you. So it's
well,
nice
I just found you today as well, so it's okay.
That video
so my thing
you put
is,
out, oh, sorry.
Which one? No, go ahead.
That one video, dude, scared the freaking crap out of me.
Scared you? Look, I was here by myself doing it.
When I was sitting there watching that thing say what it was saying, I was like, "What the hell?" I was like, "How is it doing that?"
With the second one I did ask questions for you about 3 certain individuals, and I was shook with the results. I was like, "Oh no, let me move on." I was shook.
Me too.
I haven't watched it, so I'm sure I'll be shook when I see it.
Oh yeah, you will.
Knowing what you know, yeah.
Yeah. Yikes. My thing is about Sammy. In the beginning, when AWP found her, Sammy immediately put out, "Hey, AWP did not find her. It's a lie. It's a lie. They didn't find her," right? And then she went cold silent, remember? Well, it was brought to my attention that, remember when the tow truck driver, he said, "Go to Boca. That was the last place I seen her." And AWP caught a lead and went to Boca. But then when AWP did it in the series that they put out, or whatever that's called, in their video that they put out, they didn't tell nobody that they were going back to Prosser.
Mm-hmm.
So when they said we found her, could it be possible that she thought they were still at Boca and she knew that that Kiely was not at Boca, that she was in Prosser? Therefore, no, you didn't find her because she's not in Boca.
It is, for me, I'll let Ryan answer for him, but for me, that was an issue because I think when they said that they found her, the last comment that we had from them is that they were at Donner Lake at that point.
Right, like somewhere different other than Prosser. Yes.
Prosser, because I was like, oh, they found her at Donner. At first, there was a lot of, if we remember correctly, there was a lot of miscommunication about which body of water she was found in when we found out that she was found. And then
because they were told not to go. They were told not to check Prosser.
Right. And so there was a lot of, I get it. There was, I wonder if she kept thinking, but this comes to mind. You kind of segued into something I've been meaning to bring up to Ryan at the beginning, but I didn't want to interrupt, the people that were in the chat, but I will.
Yes.
So do you guys remember there was a Sun article that came out, and there was a lady by the name of Marika Beck that made a statement, and she happened to be Kiely's mom's best friend. And she basically said that in the Sun article, and it said like parents' worst nightmare or something, and then it explains what she thought, because she was thinking that Kiely may have been trafficked, but the reason why she thought that was because somebody from the party or people from the party told her that there was a group of strange older men that came to that party right about 12:30 when the mass exodus happened. The problem I have is now hindsight's 2020. That happened at I think August 13th. She was found on the 20th. And I kept wondering who told the family that there was these strange, weird guys that came to this party for the mass exit, because we believe, at least me, I believe that the mass exit was because they knew something happened. They knew that car went in the water and they all freaked out and left. So whoever told the family that these guys showed up, which probably might be who is responsible for that car getting in it, because that was deflecting language.
Yes, and that.
It's got.
But I noticed that too with all the kids. Everything they said actually happened. Like Sammy saying, "Oh, I would never go with a drunk driver because I know what happens to drunk drivers." What happens, Sammy? What happens? They go in a river.
A car with somebody at the party that was most likely
that was drunk. Right? Yeah. Come on. You left this a whole minor by herself with these strange men. Great. I don't buy any of it.
And because of what Betty and Candy just said, that's why I believe that the Ronnie Jones character was insanely important, because he's seen everything. Like, that's when I brought him back in. I was like, I told him, I was like, dude, where's your cousins? And he's like, well, they don't really want to talk. I'm like, okay, well, one of y'all's got to, because you've seen everything.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah.
I know I'm not going to be liked for this, but when I asked those questions on those 3 specific people, I got basically that it wasn't his cousins, it was his son. And I was like, what? It said dad and son. And then it also mentioned trafficking. And I was like, okay, I'm done. I was like, I'm done. I don't want to know no more.
You're talking about the 2 African-American males?
Well, I only know about one that starts with an R. I'm not going to put his name out there, but you did just say his name. Yeah.
And his dad, right?
I'm not sure. It just said dad and son. I said, what was his cousins at the party that Kiely was actually at? That was the question. And it said dad and son. It didn't say about cousins.
Hear me out. So
I'm listening.
Remember how African-American male Ronnie Jones was on Mel's thing? Remember how it was such a big deal? They made a really big deal out of the fact that the dude's white legs were in that video for 2 seconds. That makes Myro Ronnie Jones, which means Ronnie Jones was using the name Ronnie Jones because Ronnie Jones was actually there. And I think his cousin is Zanime. And I think that's how they got those pictures of the quote unquote Kiely with the K, Kiely with the C, because I believe Kiely with the C is Zanime's daughter.
I just find it funny that she's kayaking over this poor girl's body. Like, what are you doing?
Well, we don't know that. Well, let's be honest. I mean, Ryan brought up a valid point. There was a problem with the date and time on the
there was. Okay.
We don't know if she was there. She might have been over at Boca Reserve with the tow truck driver.
Oh, no. There's a video of her actually in Prosser.
No, she's like, it says trucky and like she tags it and then she's like kayaking with a puppy. And I was like, what is she doing? Yeah.
She puts the words up there and everything. It was crazy.
Yeah, like, you know how you tag like with Google? That's what it looked like. And I was like, what am I watching? Why would she? What?
Hey, Candy.
What if there's evidence or something? Oh, that just creeped me out. I didn't like it.
Did you notice what was on her phone?
I don't watch Santa.
No, I don't watch her either.
This is why she deleted it. If you look, I will repost it as a short later, because I've recorded every suspect that I thought was a suspect. I've screen recorded every single live they've done, every video they put out, everything's on my computer. So if you go back and look, because remember when Zanime posted that to be like, hey, I'm going to get footage evidence or whatever, right?
Yeah.
That was her covering prior tracks. So there's her alibi for her tracks if her tracks are found there. Second off, if you look on her page the day before she went live, there's a tab open about scuba diving tips and stuff, right? And then when she's walking around with her iPhone, she didn't realize that when she was walking, she started swinging her hands a little bit more because she was walking up the hill, and it showed on her phone a ping. If you look at the ping is exactly where the car went in.
Oh, stop.
And she wasn't walking in that area. She was
I didn't see
walking
that.
towards the ping.
I didn't see that, but you gave me chills with that one. How about those
Yeah.
books, Ryan? How about the books that you zoomed in on her desk? That freaked me the F out. Because Ukraine is literally the biggest trafficking place there is.
You want to know something?
That really freaked me out when I saw those books. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So everything that I've been able to look up. Okay, remember in Prosser Lake when they found the car? Remember they also found something else beside the car that didn't really get mentioned, but it got showed once and nobody really cared, and it was a North Carolina tag plate. Did you see that?
No, I missed that.
So if you go back and look, they found her car, and then
on AWP.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. If not, I will 100% find it for y'all today and post it as a short. But they found a North Carolina tag plate. So I ran the North Carolina tag plate, and it did the same thing. It'd been listed a couple times. Really wasn't really much information on the tag plate, but it was a North Carolina tag plate. So check this out. Guess where so by my research, everything that I'm finding from the Kiely girl and from one specific other person, Zaname, leads back to a apartment complex in Ohio.
Oh.
Which is right by you. It's not far from North Carolina. And I was like, why is this leading back to Ohio? And if you've been to Ohio or Columbus, Ohio,
nope.
You know how grimy and there's a lot of bad shit going on in Columbus, Ohio area. And
I've heard, yeah.
The fact that they were from that area kind of tripped me out. I was like, what the heck? Dude, I got really close to freaking being massacred with the whole family one time. After a show, I got invited to somebody's house. It was on CNN. You can look it up. It was called the
because there's like the Hill Have Eyes people. Like those people are real, man.
If you look
the Hills Have Eyes people eat people. There's really people like that out there. I'm not going to take up you guys too much time. I just want to mention one more thing to Miss Betty. I didn't see when you were talking about the little car going into the water. I did not see that, but it's so crazy because yesterday I literally posted almost the same thing you just spoke about with the little car. I took my daughter's thing, and because I was wondering, how did it get that way? That don't even make sense. So I did reach out to Nick, the diver, and he couldn't really 100% confirm anything because there is an active investigation. But he did say that the first thing he saw was the butt of the car. And I was like, okay, so my theory is that maybe it rolled backwards in there, started filling up with water because that back window was open and the trunk area got heavy, which would make it like the front part go up in the air.
It's just the opposite. The back is more buoyant. It's the front of the car with the engine and the transmission and all that stuff.
Right, because the transmission is heavy. But if the water's flowing in fast because the window's open, it might have went out for a while, and that's how it got 55 feet away from shore. But I'm thinking that it might kind of like it did a Titanic where the top goes up and the bottom goes down, and then it fell over on its side because there was no damage to the sides of the car until Ellie pulled it out. And I was just, it's been bothering me. That's something that's really heavy on my chest that I can't let go for some reason. And it just really feels off because if she would have went in, it would have had to do some miraculous turn. And I proved that the car got to be at least a good 9 to 10 feet long, right? And there's only 14 feet of water, so this would have happened fast,
Yeah,
so I don't know.
An SUV, her size SUV might be about 8 feet.
8 feet? Okay, but that's still just another car drop. Yeah, 8 and 8 is 16. So once it went underwater, all it did was have to turn and it would touch the bottom, I don't know. It's just something that I can't let go of. I don't understand why I can't let go of it, which usually for me means something's up with it, But yeah, I'm going to let you guys go. I got to wake up my baby. Ryan, I sent you a DM. You're
Yes,
welcome.
ma'am.
Thank you.
I'll check it.
It's not about YouTube. It's something totally opposite. But yeah, if you can get some time, just read it.
Yeah, 100%. Miss Betty, also, I'm gonna get out of here, dude. Anytime you want to talk about some stuff, I like talking about stuff with you.
I appreciate your time. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to at least interview you and get to know you.
I appreciate how you disagree. You disagree, like actually disagree. Like you don't, and you're like, hey, this is why I disagree. You're not like some of these other
I get it.
people. You know
Well,
what
it's
I mean?
because I've been treated the way you've been treated.
I'm telling
You know, when I first came out here, the attacks were so horrible on me. Like they built websites, they built platforms surrounded Bullhorn Betty. It was absolutely a nightmare. I wondered why I even stayed, but I did. I'm thankful. I got a beautiful, you know, YouTube family here, and again, just appreciate your time and your thoughts and your explanation. I mean, just because our minds don't process the same, it doesn't mean that the information's not relevant. And
Right.
it doesn't mean that, you know, you're not a human being that can think for themselves. And again, I'm a liberty person. I believe in everybody's individuality and everybody's processes and things of that nature. So
Yeah, and not only that, you never know. One or two things could come out where, and I just want to let everybody else know this, like, you never know, dude. Two people could disagree totally, and then two pieces of evidence come out, and they both be half right that makes sense for something else. So keep that in mind too.
yeah. And not only that, but you know, all this speculation does come up to something. I mean, we got nothing. I mean, this is the best we've got right now. You know, law enforcement's cutting us off. We got no one to talk to. We're all left to our own devices and our own abilities to investigate this stuff.
And honestly, I mean, let's be real. I mean, people who are always on the internet, like, you know, we are with our jobs and stuff and our hobbies as YouTubers and stuff, cops aren't on YouTube all the time and stuff, dude. I mean, if anyone's going to see some weird stuff on YouTube, it's probably going to be one of us.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. 100%.
All right, Miss Betty, you have a good
we
rest
have
of your day.
millions. They have hundreds. So, all right, you take care. God bless you.
Yes, ma'am. You too.
Bye-bye. Wow. Just wow. Guys, like I said, I like Ryan. I've never disliked Ryan at all. Do we have differing of opinions? Absolutely. Do we have things that are spot on? Do we agree on something? Absolutely. Absolutely. Just wow. And not only that, but he spent time with us. I think he was here for over an hour and a half, possibly 2 hours. Again, Ryan, I know I don't deserve it, but I'm thankful that you gave me your time. I'm thankful you gave my audience your time here. I'm going to go ahead and bring up all three of the last remaining people in the back chat so we can go ahead and just have a conversation. So how are you guys all doing today? We'll start off with Tiffany Lewis. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Tanya, UK, you doing good?
I wish Ryan wouldn't have gotten off yet.
I know. But, you know, he did spend time with us. We tried to get us through as many people as possible. Hannah Harrison, are you still here? I know we had some problems getting her on. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and boot her. So we'll start with Tiffany Lewis. How can I help you? And what are, you know, what's what?
I only have one question. I wish, you know how Ryan looked at the yearbook and found the guy?
Yeah.
Why didn't he look at the yearbook from the high school and try to find Kylie to see if she was in it?
He may have. He may have. We don't know. We don't know what, because yeah, like you said, you wish he was still up here so you could have asked him. But
yes,
yeah, he could have very well have. But I'm sure he's still listening a bit. So if he hasn't already, I'm sure he probably will.
Awesome. And that was it. That was my only question.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tiffany. I appreciate you participating and watching the show. Don't forget to like it.
Nope, no problem. Thank you, guys.
So Tanya, oops, did I hit? I killed Tanya. Sorry, Tanya. How are you doing, Tanya? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. You're going to probably have to make sure that you've accepted the microphone. Your video is working, but your microphone is not. Nope, can't hear you. All right, well, I'll go ahead and bring you back on. Fix your audio, and if I see you pop in here, I'll bring you back. All right, guys. So, wow. Like, wow. what a morning it has been on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Again, we started off here discussing some of the drama that's been going on. You know, I'm also passionate about this case. We have two creators. Ryan Upchurch came up here as well as myself. And, you know, we are on polar opposites of some of the conversation. And we were able to diligently work through it. And everybody got to hear his position and everybody got to hear my position. And you guys had an opportunity to come up here and ask him questions so you could formulate your own opinions for your position. How are we doing?
Okay.
I can hear volume.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Right. I came out and then went back in because obviously I was waiting for so long. And I'd like to get straight into talking about my theory of what I think might have happened to Kiely Rodni. From a point of like what the facts we know, the probability, the possibility, what might have happened, the area she was at, and please do not get distressed from my own experience, because I myself am a survivor of such you know, a gang rape and at an event as such. And I ended up at the end being alive, but I was threatened to be tied with stones and thrown in the lake if I don't keep my mouth shut and all that. Anyway, so I'm going to start with Kiely being found at the hatchback. I've researched lots of videos of people who ended up in such an accident and they survived. And all of them, most of them saying your instinct to go up, right? So when a car enters the water, doesn't matter how it entered, we know on one window was open or broken and one was halfway open. So the window that was open completely would have started sucking in the water, and that water will be coming. Once the water comes, it finds its way in.
Oh, and somebody's also saying, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but somebody's saying that they believe that Kiely Rodni was homeschooled and she probably wouldn't be in a book, a school book. So sorry about that. Go ahead.
Right. So the water, once the water finds its way in, that will be pouring in such a force that apparently once you're in the car, you have to wait for the water to actually enter the car to meet each other and then stop coming into the car so you can exit through the possible available exit, which was the window. So if we say she was in the driver's seat and she realized she's into the water, she will.
I think we lost her. I don't know. She was having some audio problems. Jen, it's nice to see you. We'll bring her back up if she pops back on. We can. Just couldn't hear her very well. It sounds like we have some audio. Jen, are you still there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. So tell me a little bit about what brings you here today.
Well, I was just listening to everything with Ryan. I thought it was very odd. There was I'm not going to bring up the creator, but there was a creator last night that thinks all Ryan is doing is just, he's a huge troll. And he's just completely trolling. That's his main goal, is to come on here and troll. I think
my first question would be, have they ever met him? Have they ever spoken with him? You know, a lot of people, that's what I hate about YouTube, is they speculate so much about who a person is personally. You've never met these people. You've never hung out with these people. You've never broke bread with these people. You never even had one iota of a conversation, yet you're trying to decide what's in somebody's heart. And I hate that. Do I think he's a troll? Do I think he has? I think we all have the ability to be trolls.
Does Ryan really have time to troll?
Right. I mean, the man is busy.
Yeah, right.
I think if he had to, I think he's just like me. If you have to do what you have to do, you do what you have to do. So does he have time to troll? Probably not. Would he if he had to? Absolutely.
And over a deceased person too. I mean, logically, that doesn't make sense to me. But also, I wanted, if Ryan's still listening, I do want him to know that, you know, you've said it before, he has a huge platform and people will listen to him. and word can get out fast to help these people. But I just wanted to let you know I love your show.
Thank you.
And keep doing what you're doing. And all we can do is spread that positivity and help these people who are missing. And we can do it.
It takes all of us. We can't rely on law enforcement to do all the work. We can't rely. They're human beings just like we are. They make mistakes. You know, that's why we have public. That's why we have the Constitution. It tells the law enforcement what they're allowed to do. It tells us what we're allowed to do. There's a place for all of us in this big, beautiful world to do what we do.
Correct. But last thing, Ryan, I highly doubt he's trolling. He has a different mind on things, and if he wants to go there,
whether people
I think so too. I really do. I think so. I think he has a good heart, and I don't agree with. He's just completely trolling everybody. So
I don't agree with that either.
Anyhow, I'll let you get back to your show, thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, let's try it again, Tanya. Oh. We're probably going to have to let you go because it's just not working. I have no volume for you now, again. It was bad whenever you were on here. I'm so sorry, Tanya. Come back again. I don't know what's going on with this. All right, Bruce, this is the last one I'm bringing up on panel. I'm sorry, Tanya. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, and you can come up and hopefully your audio stuff will be figured out by then. Go ahead, Bruce.
Hey, what's up, Bullhorn Betty? Great show tonight. Wow.
Thank you. Yeah, it was amazing. I really enjoyed it.
I'm glad that I could come back and talk a little bit. I'm going to be what I'm looking for. I'm the one that sent you the pictures. You remember?
I appreciate that. Yeah, that was
no problem.
And I think you know what I think that's what Ryan really needed, because I mean, there's nothing out there.
No,
there's nothing out there at all. And this really kind of, at least this is her growing up photos. This was an amazing, beautiful video. So again, thank you.
Yeah, and if anybody else wants to look it up, all they have to do is go just Google Lost Trail Lodge. I'll make it real simple. There's a lot of stuff that I did, but don't worry about that. Lost Trail Lodge, and then go to the videos, and then you click on a video, and then after you click on the video, click on the little circle of Lost Trail, and then it'll just show you nothing but the videos. You scroll all the way to the bottom to the last one, and then you click on it and you go to the comments, and there's only 2 comments still. There's only 141 views of that, by the way. And then you click on Greta's table, and then you'll see the video of her singing, and then the pictures. Once you can share it or save it or whatever. But the point is, what I was doing was when Ryan was saying these things, and I was watching a lot of the YouTube crime stories, I was like, man, these people are just out to not only speculate negativity, but they're just spewing all this hateful, horrible things. And I was like, I'm gonna look into it myself. You know, that's great. I mean, that caused that. But once I found that, I was like, okay, Ryan's onto something. I mean, the point is, whether you believe Ryan or not, it's just great to get the truth out there.
Yeah.
And what you've done with Summer Wells, I mean, me and my wife have watched Summer Wells from the very beginning, and we watched it for months, and then we kind of got lost in it, you know, especially when the TBI came on and they said, hey, stop all the craziness on YouTube with the crazy speculation. And, you know, I mean, it does help, but it gets so far out.
Understand how to deal with it. Like, we're on here, we're on YouTube, we're giving you guys a platform to, you know, give your theories. You know, we go over information, we speculate our theories, you know, we go through this stuff. We never, as creators, at least for me, never expect you guys to take the stuff you learn in our chat room and go and attack somebody with it. Like, that's not what the Bullhorn Betty channel is about. We're
Definitely
here
not.
to have a you know, an interactive experience, an entertainment experience that covers true crime. You know, there is, we do talk about facts of the case, but we also speculate. This is not necessarily the best place for a parent or somebody that's lost a loved one that we're covering, because we do go down some rabbit holes. Let's be honest, we all do. But that's the process to get us where we end up.
Yeah, and you're down to earth. And I'm gonna use 2 words: common sense. Common sense tells you certain things, like in certain cases. Like take for instance, Candace and Dawn. If you look, common sense tells you that they're not highly educated. So if they're not highly educated, then they're not going to pull off some crazy crime that
Hey,
you know.
being book smart and being street smart are 2 totally different
True.
types of educations you can have. I'm fortunate enough now, by the grace of God, I survived, but I have both. I went to college as well as I had a street life. I was not Bullhorn Betty once upon a time. I was a piece of shit, that had a lot of problems, a lot of childhood trauma that I had to work through to be who I am today. Now, so do I believe Don is capable, with as much time as he's been in jail, capable of doing something? I absolutely believe that man that's highly uneducated is highly educated in the school of hard knocks. And I do believe he's more than capable. And I've always believed people underestimated that man.
Yeah. I'm that. Yeah, you're right about that. 100%. I wasn't really going there. I was just going to say that with looking at it in the full picture, I don't believe that he's smart enough to get away with it. So if it does turn out that that's the case, then it's going to be, he's blundered a lot. That's what I feel.
I don't
know
think
what I mean?
he's smart enough to get away with it, but
Correct.
I definitely think he's smart enough to lead investigators on a wild goose chase for over a year as they work through this, because they're too busy complaining about YouTubers instead of ignoring the YouTubers and focusing on their job. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
That's just my little poke.
You're not, no problem with that. But back to Kiely, just 1 second. Here's one thing that I have heard touched on, but think about this. There's a whole bunch of 16 to 20 something, or maybe even older, but there's this whole group of high school type kids.
Mm-hmm.
How many high school kids in the whole United States don't have their phone, that are Snapchatting, Facebook, taking pictures?
Yeah, but
there should be so many pictures of that party and videos.
But here's the issue: is they have so many new apps that us old folks have no idea about, and these new apps, they post this stuff. Like, I'm just now getting on Snapchat with my sister, and I just realized, like, your photos are only there for 24 hours, and then they're gone. So these kids are using a lot of these different and I know the reason why they have these disappearing apps is because these social media are not parent friendly. They don't care about the parent in the household. They only care about their product. And here they are providing yet another tool for children to deceive their parents with.
Yeah.
They now have all these tools for disappearing messages. So even if mom and dad wanted to be involved with their child and in their social media experience, they still are being limited in the tools, because these creators are creating tools to skate and skirt parents.
Yes, I agree with that 100%. And he was talking about something called Be Real last night. I've never even heard of that. There's all kinds of new apps coming out that these kids got that I'm 53, so I don't have all that knowledge, but
we have to try to start figuring out, why are these social media platforms that have disappearing messages and things of that nature, why are they being developed at the alarming rate that they're being developed, and why are they being marketed to children as opposed to adults?
Yeah,
that's the problem I have. And what we have here is we've got a country that's exploding with drugs. We've got a country that is exploding with children missing. We've got a country that is exploding with exploitation of millions across this country and across this world. And then you've got apps that delete messages. I have a problem with that. I have a big problem with that.
Well, I'm blessed. I'm 53 and I have a 12-month-old daughter. And I tell you what, when I was growing up and I was 4 or 5 years old.
You got a surprise like my little sister.
Yeah. But when I was growing up, I mean, I could go 5 miles away from my house at 5 years old, and, run all over the place. Now, I mean, I'm scared to death of of taking my hand off the cart at Walmart or something to not, to lose contact of my child for just a split second.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the fear that has been
we
put
we
into
walked
us.
to school. I walked to school as a kindergartner. I walked to school with my older sister, which was only in 2nd grade. When we came home to an empty house. We swam in the pool without parents watching us. Like the stuff that we did when we were kids is now considered child abuse. And I'm thinking, I had a little bit of an effed up life, but for the most part, I turned out okay. Like my parents didn't kill me,
Yeah.
I survived childhood.
Look, I got in trouble and went to the principal's office in 3rd grade, and I'll never forget to this day that he opened up a drawer and said, "I'm going to call your parents and ask them if I can use this." And he pulls out this giant paddle. I mean, imagine that now.
Yeah,
No
by
way.
the time I went to school, I'm sure they wish they would have waited just a little longer before they took all the paddles out of the schools.
Yeah.
But when I went to schools, there was no paddles. But I can guarantee you, if there was paddles, they would be on my butt.
Yeah. But man, I've watched you for a long time. You're just so wonderful. You really, really go out there and put your street smarts, because I know you have it, and your sleuthing, and you just do a great job. And I love your show, and me and my wife will be watching you, and as long as we can.
So tell your lovely wife, Bullhorn Betty says hi. And we definitely thank you. And please participate in the future. I'm going to go ahead and try to get back to Tanya so I can wrap everything up and call it a day. What a day, though. What a Sunday. This is an amazing Sunday. So.
Well, I'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
Bruce. Take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye-bye. All right, Tanya, we're going to try to bring you back. If you can't get your audio working, we're going to have to kill it.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's awful audio. It's awful.
Right. I'm going to try and distance from the phone and speak slowly. Well, I was at the part where she was in the water and she would have been floated to the floor because the kite is now upside down. And it's unlikely that she would have dived into the hatchback. Mm-hmm. So also Nick, the diver who comes out of the water, seeing his face, that speaks volume. Now they can't talk what they know, but obviously to me, I see something sinister. He's seen something that really, really he can't speak about. So was she tied up? Was she, we know she had one shoe on. So anyway, I'm going back now to midnight. She texted her mom, I'll be leaving in 45 minutes. So she hasn't left yet. Yeah. Sammy's known to have left the party. That's been confirmed at around midnight. So now Kiely was stumbling her way to the car, and a girl named Elsa.
You know what, Tanya? I'm gonna have to stop you there. I'm sorry. I can get
I'm just gonna say
every other word.
I think she was stalked by a predator. She decided to sleep off in the car, and that's where she.
I can't even hardly use those words.
Bye bye. There you go.
Bye bye. Sorry, guys. I wish the audio was a little better for her. She sounded like she had some good information that she wanted to let us know. Guys, we still have about 1,300 people still in this live. If you have not gone out and given me a thumbs up, I'd like to see that up to 1,000 because we had almost 3,000 in this chat today. And we want to make sure that, just again, a big shout out to Ryan Upchurch. I know that right now, people either like him or don't like him. I like him. I do like him. I just don't agree with some of his statements. But again, I'm not looking at what he's looking at. And he's not looking at what I'm looking at when I'm making my statements. So just appreciate his time. I know he did not have to do that. I mean, let's be real. Ryan Upchurch is Ryan Upchurch. And Bullhorn Betty got to meet him face to face today. So I am still I'm not starstruck, but I'm kind of starstruck. So again, I just want to thank people. But, somebody had came in here earlier and, was talking about how they were disappointed in Dolly because he talked to Ryan Upchurch respectfully. I did too. And will continue to do so because I preach it on this channel all the time, that we can say what we mean, we can mean what we say, but we do not have to say it mean. And I think, Ryan is popping with a lot of, unknowns. He wants answers. And I think he's throwing these things out here to get those answers, and he seemed very reasonable, even with his statement that he didn't believe Kiely was this Kiely. His solution was very simple. He said, just send me some photos and videos of her. Show me she's real and I'm fine. That is a reasonable request. Yeah, you know, people may have their opinions. Again, I didn't go easy on Ryan. I asked him some pointed questions. I did it very tactfully. I did it very respectfully. And we got to sit here and conversate with Ryan for a couple hours and really dive into some things and look at some things. And we did learn something. So again, shout out to Ryan Upchurch. I'd like another shout out to Dolly Vision for his interview and his conduct, respectfully handling this entire, you know, saga and all this information that's kind of coming in that people don't understand. We, what does it say? There are, but he's questioning the legitimacy of them. So, you know, it's, you know, we all go through our own little, you know, corroborating stuff of things. And it doesn't sound like he's gotten there yet. And whatever the reason, he's entitled to his own opinion. We don't always get it right. I've made many mistakes since being on YouTube. I know Justin's made many mistakes being on YouTube. We don't always get it right. You know, we don't always get it right. We don't always do the right thing, but we don't know. Guys, we still don't have the information. We don't have enough information to make a determination. And everybody's going to speculate and they're going to provide their theories, whether they're conspiracy, what people perceive as conspiracy theories or not. But, you know, at the end of the day, there's a couple things I did find out about Ryan. You guys ready to hear it? Ryan sounds like he does not have mental problems. Okay. Ryan, to me, doesn't appear to have crack cocaine or meth problems. Okay. He doesn't seem jaded. I mean, he seems like he legitimately wants to know this stuff. You know, could this be controversy for an album? I mean, we did see, you know, what's her name? Janet Jackson's boob on live TV, right? I mean, I wasn't sitting at that Super Bowl all by myself. I mean, people do things to sell things. Could that be possible? It could. Who cares? Who cares? What I care about is the fact that I don't agree about Kiely not being a real person. And I think that we did get a moment with Ryan Upchurch on this show where, you know, he's not oblivious to these things. And hopefully he finds what he's looking for so we can start working on making sure that, I get a rain check. What does it say? Chris Collins, I don't know if you provided me the chat. I have like, at the time, almost 3,000 people in here, and I was talking to Ryan Upchurch. So if I missed some super chats, I do apologize. No need to be rude about it. It's just that this is the name of the game. It's YouTube. And when you have, you know, 800 chat messages in a chat room, I hope you understand it does make it quite difficult to see every little thing. I try to catch as much as I can, but you're more than welcome if you would like to ask your question to post it in here, and I will try to answer it. And you might want to do it now while I'm monitoring the chat, because when I start talking and turn my head away from the chat, guess what? I'm not paying attention to the chat anymore. So I do apologize. I do appreciate everybody's love and support of this channel, especially today. I know a lot of people don't agree, guys. I know there's people in the back chat. We're not. I unfortunately am not going to be bringing in more people on panel. So. But again, getting back to Dolly Vision, you know, he brought this stuff up. I thought he did. He was very witty and clever when dealing with Ryan, but he had a better working relationship with Ryan prior to this. You got to remember, Ryan did not know who I was until today. And, you know, he knew how to handle Dolly because he's been around Dolly before. This is the first time that I've had an opportunity to speak with him directly. And I'm very blessed that I had an opportunity, and I'm very blessed that each and every one of you got the chance to watch it. Going back over, I do not believe, I believe the tow truck driver did see something there. I don't really agree that he was plant, but stranger things have happened. I just believe it was a case of mistaken identity. I really do. I think it was a case of mistaken identity. And, we debunked the photo of the girls. And I do believe Ryan may have been onto something, because the girl that he was talking about being Kiely with a C was actually one of the girls that Olivia had spoken with, but I don't recall her name. And it is possible that she is a Kiely. So he may have that right there. I don't dispute that, because I don't have enough information. And, the whole thing with Marika Beck, the mom's best friend, I did reach out to her by messenger to find out who told her that story about these men coming to that party for that mass exit, because I really do believe that mass exit was because Kiely went into the water. It sounds like Ryan is he kind of understand that. It seemed like I saw him nodding and saying, yeah, it seems that would be his assessment as well. But it sounds like that everything happened right there at Prosser. Everything happened right in and around 12 to 12:30 is the prime time, when all these little different events that happened. And at 12:33, her phone went dead, and it went dead for the final time, which I believe is when her car was literally on the bottom of the lake and she was truly gone. I do believe that took place right there at 12:33, when everything was finally over. And so with this tow truck driver being at Boca Reservoir, it just makes me believe that he has a case of mistaken identity. I did not get the vibe that he was being deceptive, but Ryan Upchurch did talk about when he was talking about folding of the arms. Those can be, not always. It depends on how I got to go back and rewatch it, because I didn't get the whole deception vibe, but he's talked about crossing of hands and some other movements that this gentleman exhibit that I must not have picked up on. So I will be going back there and rewatching every single movement that this tow truck driver makes and do a more thorough assessment of him. And, but I do believe whoever told the family, Kiely's family, about these strange men coming to this party and everybody having that mass exit at 12:30 because these guys weirded them out. Whoever told that family that story, I truly believe is involved somehow. And I reached out to Marika to find out who told the family this story. And if she does respond, there's no guarantee, they're going through a lot of stuff. She's mom's best friend. This is like her own child disappearing as well, being killed. And I don't want to call this an accident anymore for me personally. I don't believe that this is an accident. And when I run this channel based upon, my opinions and speculations based upon information that I've acquired. So we are now going to be going through this as a murder/homicide, right? Because at the end of the day, no matter who was in that front seat of that car, it was not Kiely. That car is in the water. Whoever put that car in the water is responsible for her. If she was dead before she even made it into the water, which we'll find out if there's lungs in her or water in her lungs. If we find out that, whoever did whatever they did to her needs to be held accountable and brought to justice. And that really is where the Bullhorn Betty channel is going. All these other ancillary things, I can't get involved in, because at the end of the day, we need to stay focused on bringing justice to Kiely. And I stand with Kiely. I don't know what's happening. I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was her friends. I don't know if it was some stranger that was just out at the party. I mean, for all we know, it could be the parents. It's not. Okay. I don't want people going and starting to go on this down this road that it was the parents. I'm just saying, for all we know, with the information we have, I'm just making the point. We don't know who is responsible here. And we have to keep that in mind. We are already through. We've been speculating on this case since we pulled her out of the water. It has already been, she was pulled out so it's already been 15 days. So we're already about 2 to 3 weeks into the 5 to 6 week wait. So we're already halfway through the waiting process. I'm sure we're going to be talking about this case. It kind of sucks because I was kind of moving over to Jolissa Fuentes. Once they found this car, I thought, okay, it really was an accident. She drove herself into the water. Time to move on. Let's go over to Jolissa Fuentes. We started running down to Jolissa Fuentes. And that's another bizarre case. And I truly believe that is the case where a lady was abducted or, had some issues with a gang. She's been throwing up gang signs in her, on some of her social media pages. Was this a gang hit? Was this associated with her gang involvement? Or has she been picked up by a complete stranger and trafficked? We don't know. But I can't, it's hard to cover 2 major cases at once. So Kiely Rodni is the case that we are following. We will still continue to be updating on Jolissa Fuentes. As soon as Kiely's case dies down a little bit, we'll be ramping up Jolissa Fuentes and providing you guys the information related to her. So just stay tuned. We're doing a lot, and I'm going to Idaho. For those that are in here that would like to help sponsor, we had a budget of $1,200. We're down to about $430 left needed for this trip to Idaho to go cover the Michael Monkey Vaughn case of a little boy that disappeared out of Fruitland, Idaho. If you are interested in, the majority of all of our fundraising has been $25 or less to help raise these funds. So we've had a lot of donations, small donations, but a lot of donations. So if you would like to participate, please consider donating a small donation to Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal to help me with that. I've already bought my ticket to Idaho. I know when I'm going out there, I just need to finalize the budget, and we're just shy of $400. So a PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App if you would like to participate or help sponsor this trip to Idaho. Thank you, guys. I want to tell you all, this has been an amazing day. You guys have been amazing people. I didn't follow the chat too much, but it sounds like outside of a lot of people talking, because I found out when this live was almost over that I needed to slow the chat. But many of you guys don't know I'm not a techie person. I don't know how to slow my chat. So I have no earthly idea how to slow this damn chat. So somebody can help me. I'd greatly appreciate it. Justice, Dolly, JLR, Olivia, show me how to slow my chat. I don't know. So, but it sounded like a good conversation. It sounded like everybody had an opportunity to express their opinions, talk about the case, talk about Ryan, talk about me, do the normal run-of-the-mill stuff that goes on YouTube. So again, guys, I thank you very much. Go out, make it a great Sunday. God bless each and every one of you. And don't forget to be fearless. You see something, you say something.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.